Righto. Thank y'all for showing up today. Hopefully this will be a good experience, get a lot of good information. So I'm glad you're all here and looking forward to it. I'm going to turn it over to our partners from Horn. They're going to lead the presentation.
All right, good morning, everybody. Let's get this right where you, no matter what. Oh, good. Thank you. Are we good for the live stream? Okay, great, thank you. So good morning, my name is Michael Chua. I'm a senior manager with Horn. It's a pleasure to be here and a real pleasure to be working with Trent and his ADECA team in this recovery. We'll get this thing going so we can keep the time moving. We have obviously a lot of modules to go through today and tomorrow, just general training that's required to do as subrecipients. This first one this morning is just going to be an overview of CDBG-DR. If you know already a lot about the DR program, this will just be a good refresher. If you're new to it, this will be more of your like 101 level kind of foundational training. We'll go over the highlights of the important things that all of the DR programs need to do, the requirements they have to meet, and things of that nature. So should have a good grasp of it today. And also this first module sets up the rest of the day and a half, the remaining training. So let's just get to it. I'll try to make up some time. Yeah, just that's the objective for the first hour here, just to get the basic requirements of CDBG-DR. So we'll go over the CDBG-DR program, give an overview of the program itself. We'll talk about eligible activities that are allowed in DR. We'll talk about national objectives and income determinations, the tie back to the storm, and mitigation, because we are able to do some mitigation with this funds. We'll talk a little bit about duplication of benefits, just a little bit, because there's an actual duplication module tomorrow. We'll go a little bit deeper. And then we have some links and resources at the end. So the big thing here to remember as we move forward is that any DR project has to meet three things. It has to do an eligible activity, it has to meet a national objective, and it has to have a disaster tieback or a mitigation tieback. If a project does not have those three things, it's not compliant. It's not a compliant HUD CDBG-DR project. So, but the programs are designed where, the application processes and all of that are designed where these projects will meet those three things, but that's just the point that I wanted to drill. Okay, a quick overview of DR. So these DR funds are coming from HUD, which is obviously the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development. They've been in the disaster field since the 90s. That's when they started doing recovery funding. But they've been giving funds for community development since the 70s. So the left-hand block is the CDBG, what we call the regular program. And that was established in '74, and that's that program that gives the annual allocations to states and local governments to do their community development and housing projects. So that comes every year. There's a calculation of how much they'll get, and it's just a normal recurring allocation. The big difference for us with DR is that it's a dedicated one-off award that is a supplemental appropriation when a hurricane or a disaster hits. It's declared by the president, and then Congress does a special allocation specifically for our bucket of money that we're using for Sally and Zeta. Not recurring or anything like that. So one-off funds with their own rules and regulations that we have to follow. So before we move forward, let's just do a little bit of word association, just the who, what, where, when, why of CDBG. So if we think about CDBG and the who, so that's obviously going to be the persons that are impacted by the disaster. Most importantly though, because of the way the HUD program is designed, that's going to be your low to moderate income persons that are prioritized. So that's the who. So the CDBG-DR allocation has a target that we have to hit, that at least 70% of our of the funding has to benefit low to moderate income persons. So the programs are designed to try to meet that requirement first and foremost. So the what is CDBG-DR? We'll go over this redundantly throughout the rest of the day, but it enables grantees to deploy funding to carry out the recovery activities, address their unmet needs and mitigation needs in their disaster impacted areas. That's a key point. If you want to key on a word, it's the unmet needs. And we'll talk through that in later parts here. The where. What's the where of CDBG-DR? For us, it's going to be the most impacted and distressed areas. They're federally designated and also designated by Alabama. But obviously, when there's a special allocation for these disaster funds, the funds are going to be focused on the declared impacted areas. So just that bottom part, this bottom southwestern part of the state, is where the funds are dedicated to. The when, just like the what, is when that disaster happens and it's just so overwhelming that additional recovery funding is needed. There's a huge unmet need for recovery, and CDBG-DR comes in to try to pay that gap or try to meet the gap of those recovery needs. Same for the why, basically providing the states and local governments the resources to enable them to do their recovery. And then we talked about the how. The how of CDBG-DR is when Congress does their special appropriation for that specific set of disasters to award the funds. This is a high-level overview of the process. We spoke through these already in previous slides, but obviously the first step is Congress passing that special DR appropriation signed off by the president. Once that happens, HUD then takes a lot of data, they do a lot of analyses, and they determine how much the states and the impacted states are going to get, and that's going to be published in the Federal Register notice. I don't know if you've had a chance to read it. It's posted on ADECA's site. But the Federal Register notices come out, and they'll, depending on how many disasters happened the year or two prior, they'll have a list of all of the states that were in, like Alabama, Louisiana, Texas, California wildfires, Puerto Rico, and they'll have the dollar amount that's going to be allocated to each. So the Federal Register notices can contain a bunch of allocations. So once that happens, the register goes out. That basically says, here's what the states are able to get. After that, that's when the state and HUD enter into a grant agreement to get those funds. Now, once after that, the grantee, which is the state, Alabama, prepares and publishes that action plan, that big document. I hope you had a chance to read through it, but that's the plan that talks about the impacts, the unmet needs, all of the data that justifies the programs that we're going to design and run. It's a big document. It's published online. And then obviously once that gets approved, published in first few we've already talked about. That first box is the publishing of that Federal Register notice, and then ADECA developing and submitting and getting that action plan approved, executing the grant agreement, that third box. The fourth box is after that. That's when obviously we can start working on getting our programs designed, working on program guidelines, policies, procedures, SOPs. All of that has been done for the HRAP program, which is that program that's been running for the single family recovery. The local recovery plan, that's all done because that program's about to kick off. And we're currently in the design and review processes for the competitive programs. So that's actually with ADECA to review the program guidelines to approve right now, actually. So So after all of the programs are designed and documents and SOPs are all done, then we're obviously going to identify the subrecipients. We're going to identify who we can award those funds to. Then we're going to implement. And then during implementation, the subrecipients are going to submit periodic, some folks call them reimbursement requests or draw requests or invoices for payment for the services that are being rendered. That's going to cover your administrative costs, program delivery costs, construction invoices from the contractors, just all the costs that are involved with these projects. ADECA then monitors, and this is throughout the life of the programs. ADECA will monitor the subrecipients, will provide technical assistance as needed, just to make sure that everything's running smoothly and compliantly the whole time. And then at the very end, that's obviously closeout. So that's when all projects are done. There will be project closeouts. When all projects are closed out, then we can close out the program itself. And then once all the different programs are closed out, then we can do a full grant closeout with HUD, and then thanks, call it good, and we're done. But that'll take years and years and years, so that's a long way down the road. Just a quick little thought break here is just naming 2 priorities of the CDBG-DR program. Let's just think through this one for a sec. So that'll be your low to moderate income persons and the most impacted and distressed areas. That stands to reason. Okay, so the next section here, we'll talk to the 3 big points. As I mentioned, every project in DR has to do an eligible activity, perform an eligible activity, has to meet a national objective, and it has to have that tie back. So we'll break each of these 3 into its own little section. And we'll start with eligible activities. So this graphic just shows the general categories of the eligible activities that HUD allows under CDBG-DR allocations. It runs the gamut, really. Everything from housing to the left to administration to the right. Housing is typically the biggest piece of the pie when it comes to these types of programs. That is by design, being that it is coming from HUD, it is a CDBG-DR grant. Housing is a focus, but also just naturally when disasters happen, they happen in residential areas, and just when the data plays out, housing is always going to be the greatest need. So that's where most of the money does go. Next, infrastructure and public facility works are usually the next biggest piece of the pie, and that's going to be your road projects, drainage, power, all sorts of stuff. We'll talk through it. Infrastructure encompasses a ton of works, and public facilities as well. Economic development is typically next in line, and that's going to be your projects that assist your small business owners, your job creation, job retention, and workforce focused projects. Mitigation activities basically are allowed to do this similar work as a recovery, but mitigation by definition is forward-looking, whereas recovery is kind of fixing what was broken. Mitigation is our projects to prevent those things from happening in the future, but we can definitely use our funds for that. And then there's planning. Obviously, HUD wants projects that are eligible, are good, are needed, and obviously a lot of times planning is needed to determine that. We're doing here in Alabama that local recovery plan program where each county will develop its own plan that they can use for these funds, as well as keep on the bookshelf in the future for, if anything happens again, at least we have a foundational plan moving forward of the needs that were determined at this time. Some other grantees might not have a dedicated planning program, but they'll still pay for plans on an individual basis as needed. But here we found that there was a great need here for this ADECA program. Let's go ahead and just run a dedicated planning program just to make sure all these counties have a strong plan moving forward. We feel that's a great use of funds there. And then lastly, administration, that's going to be the funds that are needed to run these things, to pay for staff, to pay for the equipment that's needed to run, space, just the general administrative costs to run CDBG. We'll go through each one a little bit here, but we talked through a lot of this already. So planning costs, what we're looking for there, or what's allowed there, are plans that help identify specific and detailed needs at regional and local levels. And they're often used to support other recovery activities. And again, we're doing a dedicated program to inform the projects that are going to be implemented with these funds. So housing, again, that's the biggest piece of the pie usually with these DR funds. And this is just kind of like the list of the eligible activities that can be done under the housing umbrella. So everything from reconstruction to rehab, relocation, even new construction, home buyer assistance, homelessness prevention, and even services like housing counseling and rental assistance. So for ADECA, there are two kind of branches when we look at housing. The single family housing efforts for these funds are going to be under that HRAP program that's currently underway, that's being ADECA managed. So that's all of your single family recovery is HRAP. Anything that deals with multifamily, anything non-single family, multifamily housing and other needs, those are going to be funded through the competitive programs and or the direct allocation programs for Mobile, Baldwin, and the city of Mobile. So once those LRP plans are done and if they dictate that housing needs are prevalent, then the competitions and the direct allocations are going to be the ones to fund that. So single family is all HRAP, the rest are the competition and direct allocations. So for the infrastructure category, that's obviously going to be the repairing and replacing and relocating damaged public facilities and infrastructure. And those types of projects are usually your preparedness and resilience and mitigation type projects. There'll be some examples down in a future slide, but it's really anything that deals with green infrastructure or gray infrastructure, your hard works, your roads, drainage, all the way to even those huge scale projects, all the way down to like backup generators for facilities. I mean, that all goes under the umbrella of infrastructure and public facilities. Economic revitalization is pretty self-explanatory, but that's your economic focused activities. Typically with CDBG-DR, grant and loan programs that help with working capital, help small businesses with their renovation and working capital needs, startup needs or expansion needs. Workforce training is a pretty common economic program for DR funds, the goal of which is to save your workforce, create new jobs, or retain jobs is the main goal for economic development projects. Like I mentioned before, mitigation activities are those that are forward-looking, that are focused on resilience, more so than recovery. So that's resilience, elevation, for housing and critical facilities, flood control, drainage repair, improvements, things like hardening, all fall under that mitigation umbrella that we can do. FEMA likes to talk about how and I don't know the exact dollar amount that they say, but they say it in presentations that every $1 spent on mitigation activities saves like $30 in recovery activities, right? So it's always great that to have mitigation aspects in any of the projects that are designed here. The good thing is that's part of the requirements in the Federal Register notice, that mitigation aspects do need to be rolled into how the infrastructure programs are designed, how the housing repairs are done. So mitigation is intertwined. All right, so these are just examples of the eligible activities under each of the ADECA programs that are rolling out. So the first box there on the top is the LRP. That's that local recovery program that we're about to kick off. Obviously, the eligible activity for that is a planning activity, but it's a plan that's going to dictate or find out if there are needs like in affordable rental housing, if there's homeowner buyout needs, homeowner assistance needs, everything from mitigation, economic resilience, infrastructure needs. Those plans are going to spell those out on a county level. For ATRAP, we mentioned that's going to be that single family focused housing program and housing activity. And that ATRAP is going to do rehab, reconstruction, new construction, repair, replacement, all of that single family focused housing work. So under the HH mid, with the hardest hit, most impacted and distressed, which are those direct allocations, and then the competition programs, that's a laundry list of eligible activities and examples under there. Anything from affordable housing all the way down to infrastructure, elevation, anything really. It just depends on what that local recovery plan dictates or finds out what the needs are on the county level. That's what those programs are designed then to address. So let's talk about the national objectives. Again, that's the next big thing. Every project has to meet a national objective. And there are three main categories for DR, and that is to benefit low mod, which is low to moderate income persons, also known as LMI, slum and blight, that's going to be prevention and elimination of slum and blight conditions, and the last is urgent need, and that's addressing an urgent need. So under low mod, and this is going to be because of the design of the program, low mod is always going to be the primary one we shoot to achieve. And we can do it in a few different ways. The first way is through an area benefit, where we find out if a project is designed to benefit indirectly benefit a whole area. We're going to look to see if that area is at least 51% or more low to moderate income persons that live in that area. The next one is limited clientele, and that one is designed for projects that serve a limited clientele, a specific group of persons, of which we'll see if 51% of those are LMI. Then the housing programs are all going to go under LMI housing, where we try to help folks that are either LMI, or if it's multifamily, like multifamily housing, we'll make sure that at least 51% of the units are available to LMI folks. So that 51% is the key. We just need more than half. Low to moderate income jobs, that's going to be the economic type projects that create or retain jobs, of which 51% or more are made available to low to moderate income persons. Slum and blight can be achieved in two different ways. The first is an area basis, and the second is spot. So area basis is when there's a designated blighted area, and there's an official designation of it. And then if we do a project in there, we can potentially use slum and blight because the area is already designated. Spot basis is a little bit different, where it's kind of a one-off. If there's a specific property or like a building that's just really dilapidated, it's a danger to public health, or if it's a nuisance, there are ways that we can document for that and remove that or address that slum and blight on a spot basis and not an area basis. Urgent need is kind of the fallback. If we can't meet LMI or slum and blight, then we try to justify the project as an urgent need project, and we'll discuss what defines that in a later slide. But just, can it address an urgent need that made itself known, or the impact is known from the disaster itself, or is it an urgent need mitigation? Is it a mitigative thing that we can do to address one of those urgent needs? So we'll just go through each one very quickly here. as I mentioned, for low to mod area benefit, LMA, that's an activity that benefits all the residents in a particular area, primarily residential, where at least 51% of the residents are LMI. The most common way you're gonna get to LMA are gonna be more for your infrastructure type projects, your public facility type projects, public infrastructure like I mentioned, or if you're doing like a general buyout of properties in an area where you're benefiting a lot of people. The way you get to documenting LMA, the most important thing is service area. And it's kind of a thing that you learn to do well just through experience, because service areas are very different. It's not, think of it as a common sense approach to this, right? So if you have a project that's smaller in scale, like say a community park, your service area, you know, in a common sense approach, is going to be just those communities or set of communities right where the park is. And a big thing is that there are other parks probably in other areas, so we can't say that the whole area is the service area, but we can say that that immediate area is a service area. Compare that to a project that, say, is a big backup power generation project for like your city water plant, your water treatment plant. That water treatment plant benefits, say, the entire city or half a city or whatever it is. That's going to be your service area for that. So we just have to look at the service area for on a project-to-project, case-by-case basis, and we just have to have a kind of common sense approach on determining what that service area is. Sometimes it's already defined for us, which is great. Like if we're helping a school or a fire department or a police department, there's precincts in school districts. Those are defined service areas. But there are others like road projects, like if you're doing major road and drainage projects, we just have to kind of everyone has to work with each other to be able to define what that logical service area is, especially if it's like massive, like interstate project. How are you going to define that service area? You have to talk through who's actually benefiting and why. But once we get to that service area, that's when we take it to, we have some links that our folks are going to have to go to pull up census data. And there are tools where you can click on that census data on a map and kind of draw your area. And then that HUD data will spit out if 51% or more are LMI folks in that area. So that's how we prove LMA. Limited clientele, again, that's where you have projects that are focused on specific groups of persons, and we're just trying to get to 51% of that being LMI. So obviously there are some projects that are done, like public service projects, that are not available or will benefit everyone in an area, right? So some are projects that are dedicated to homeless or elderly or child services or folks that need specific assistance with certain health issues. Obviously not everyone in an area is going to benefit from that. It's specific to those people, so that's a limited clientele of people. So documenting this, the first method is that HUD allows or accounts for some classes of folks like the homeless and elderly and disabled folks. It's called presumed LMI. So if a project is designed to help those folks, it's considered an LMI project and it's done. Like that, it's determined, we're good. Others though, we will need to document if you're LMI or not. And that's done by nature. It's the folks that come in for the service. That's when you apply or come in to take the service. We'll just need to ask for self-certification of income and then proof of your income. In various methods, but that's done more on a case-by-case or person-by-person level there. Okay, low-to-mod housing, that's going to be when we provide or improve residential structures. Upon completion, will be occupied by LMI households. This does include residential buyouts and housing incentive programs too. So how we get to documenting LMI housing is we look at the households that are being serviced. If it's a single-family home, we obviously look at the income of the household in that single-family home. We record all of that, and hopefully, either by design, we are assisting LMI families, or we're trying to meet a certain percentage of LMI families. For multifamily housing programs, that's when we do have requirements that we put in that at least 51% of the units are occupied by LMI households. So there's rent control, there's affordability requirements that they have to do affordable rents for at least 20 or 30 years down the road. So those are agreements that are built into these types of housing programs to meet LMI requirements. LMI job retention, job creation or retention, LMJ. These are projects that are economic in nature. They're designed to create and retain permanent full-time jobs. At least 51% of those are made available or held by LMI persons. So when you do an economic project that it could be a new construction or rehab of the business's buildings. It could be giving money for working capital, keep them afloat. The whole point of that is that we're able to either create new jobs or retain jobs and just keep a strong workforce. So how we get there in terms of documentation simply is a count of the jobs. We just want to see how many jobs are going to be created or retained over the course of the project. For retained jobs, it's a little bit different because creation is easy. When we gave the money, this job wasn't available. Now this job was made available. We can track that income, and if it's LMI, great, check. For retained jobs, it's a little bit more difficult to get to that justification because you have to be able to justify to HUD that the jobs would have been lost if not for receiving the CDBG funds. And they're pretty clear that that means that it's like truly dire straits, that your business had an eviction notice, you were firing people because your financials could not support keeping people hired. You have to be able to show that documentation that you truly were at that point of not being able to retain jobs. So a lot of, when we do economic projects, we do run into a few speed bumps there because some folks think they can get this grant or something. It's like, oh yeah, well we can keep 5 jobs because of this, but we really need to see that these 5 jobs were truly at risk before receiving the money, and that it's because of the money that you were able to keep the 5 jobs. But we'll get there. That takes a lot of technical assistance. We get there with our business owners. Okay, so we'll jump to slum and blight. And the first, as I mentioned, it could be achieved achieved either on an area or spot basis. The easiest example, I think, to give a real-world example is that after Hurricane Katrina, New Orleans was essentially fully designated as a blighted area, like the entire city. So anytime there was a project that had to be done, like a construction or reconstruction project, that we couldn't get to LMI, because that's always a priority to try to get to that national objective first, they were able to fall back on slum and blight because the entire city already had an area designation as a blighted area. And then again, spot is a little bit different. That's if there's not an area designation, but there's like one kind of random building or something that is truly dilapidated that needs to be addressed because it's a nuisance or a public danger. And that can be justified by a few methods of documentation: pictures, surveys, official descriptions of the blighted conditions. It's really HUD allows for a lot of different ways of documenting slum and blight and justifying it, so there is a little bit of leeway there, so that's good. So it's just a matter of making the case if there is a spot basis need. Okay, so urgent need is going to be, we like to say, the fallback. If you can't get to LMI, or if you can't use Summon Blight, we try to, the last national objective really that you can try to justify for is justify this project as an urgent need project. Urgent need is designed, defined as activities that pose a serious and immediate threat to the health and welfare of the community, and that recently became urgent. But for the sake of our Federal Register notice, that's about 36 months after the Federal Register notice was published. So basically it's something that, you know, the hurricane happened, and because of those impacts, something occurred that is now urgent to address. Obviously, we try to get to that through LMI, through Summon Blight, and if not, we try to get there to urgent need. The required documentation is actually a little bit easier now because prior to the recent Federal Register notice, it was a little bit tough to get to urgent need because you had to have a lot of proof that the need arose from like really closely to when the impact of the hurricanes or the disaster happened. If for ADECA's allocation, urgent need can be documented as long as it's in that action plan, as a stated need in the action plan, then we can link it to the action plan itself. We don't have to do a true case-by-case urgent need justification, which is making it a lot easier for us. But as long as that action plan, the ADECA action plan, in that needs assessment section of it, speaks to whatever this project is trying to address, then we can try to roll that in as an urgent need project, if needed. All right, so a little self-quiz here. Housing, rehab, public services, economic development, and infrastructure. Let's say we're trying to do those 4 types of projects that are those 4 types of activities. What are the national objectives that we think that are going to be the most appropriate? That's what we would say. Housing, rehab, the first and primary national objective that's going to be a target is always going to be LMH. That's a low-mod housing. For public service, and in this example, let's just think of a public service to a group of elderly. That's going to be your low-mod limited clientele. For economic development, the goal there is always jobs first, so the primary one we're going to shoot for is low to moderate income jobs. And if it's an infrastructure project, it's more than likely that it's going to be a low-mod area benefit national objective. All right, we'll speak a little bit here on income determinations. It's a very important part of what we do because, again, you know, benefiting low to moderate income persons is such a big goal of HUD, so we have to find a way to determine it. We already spoke about the area benefit projects, choosing a service area, and we can use census data to determine if those folks in that area are LMI. But in other cases, like housing projects, certain economic development projects, we are directly benefiting the applicant, a single applicant. That's when we have to do direct income determinations. And that's going to be self-certifications. We're going to ask for earning statements, leave statements, proof of unemployment if they get unemployment income, 1040 tax forms, and things like that. So HUD allows for 2 ways to determine income, and the program guidelines for each program are going to go further into how the program wants to handle this, but they're very similar. One's called Part 5, which is just the code from the regulation it's pulled from Part 5. But that allows income to be determined based on stated household income. The next method that they allow is just using the 1040, which is that IRS 1040 tax form. That does include exclusions and inclusions, but we can use that also to determine household income. But again, I would refer to the HRAP and the other program guidelines for which is the preferred method that they're going to use. And regardless of the method selected, whatever that number is, whatever you submit and whatever that number is, we'll compare that to HUD's publish household income limits to see if HUD has certain thresholds with certain numbers that are LMI, and we'll compare that. If you're below, you'll be considered LMI. If you're above, you're considered non-LMI. So we always compare whatever the number you tell us to HUD. And you'll get these presentations, but if you, these income calculators are easily linked here on the HUD Exchange and HUD websites. And you have them in your handout there, so that's good. So just an example of it, just a quick basic example. Say we have a household of 4, 2 adults, 2 children. The 2 adults make $47,000 each, $47,000 combined of total household income. When we look at HUD's, when we go to click on the HUD link, we look at HUD's income limits. HUD says that a 4-person household, the threshold for LMI is actually $54,100. So for this example, for a housing program that is required to be LMI, they'll be eligible for assistance because that $47,000 falls below that 54 threshold that HUD determined. If they were above 54.1, it would be considered non-LMI, and they wouldn't be eligible for that specific project in this specific example. Okay. The next of the big 3 requirements is the tieback to the storm. Every project has to have a tieback, no matter what it is. So every project must document how an activity is addressing a disaster-related impact. It has to answer the question, how does this activity restore housing or infrastructure or revitalize the economy, depending on what the type of project is. And documentation of this can include things like damage, building estimates for physical losses, some sort of post-disaster analyses. A lot of people use FEMA if they had FEMA assistance. And if it's for economic type projects, they'll have a lot of times economic studies that talk about economic impacts, things like that, non-physical losses like loss of jobs, the impact of the workforce, things like that. So we mentioned before that we can do a tieback, a disaster tieback or a mitigation tieback. Again, recovery, the disaster recovery tiebacks are kind of reactive in nature, whereas mitigation looks to the future, right? Preventative. So if we're going to try to get there, we have to justify how the activities increase resilience to disasters and reduce or eliminate long-term risk of loss of life, injury, damage, loss of property, lessen the impact of future disasters. Luckily, these funds for Alabama allow for both disaster or mitigation tie. So we have avenues that it doesn't have to just be a disaster tieback project. We can get to mitigation too if we need to. Duplication of benefits. We're going to just briefly go over this here to finish. This has its own module tomorrow, but just wanted to just plant the seed here because the 3 requirements of being an eligible activity and having meeting a national objective and having a tieback are HUD requirements. The next biggest one I would say is that we have to look at duplication of benefits for each project. And the simplest way to say it is that we can't, CDBG-DR can't pay for more than it's supposed to. This is a definition that we pulled. It's a little wordy and worded weird, I don't like it, but we put it in here just to pull it from the official documents. But a DOB occurs when a person, household, business, government, or other entity receives financial assistance from multiple sources for the same purpose, and the total assistance received for that purpose is more than the total need for assistance. If anything, just in bold there, the same purpose. That's the key to this DOB discussion, same purpose. The easiest way to just give a simple example is that if there was a need of $100 for something, and I was able to get money from other sources. I was able to get $80 for that same purpose for it. Then CDBG-DR can't give me the full 100. They can only give me 20 bucks. CDBG can only fill the gap. It's meant to fill the gap. These are the most common sources of duplicative assistance that we see when we do DR programs. There are many others. There could be many others, but these are the most common. So for housing programs especially, we see a lot of insurance proceeds. All right, so you know, if there's a claim, if the program is, if your approval for your project is for specific rehab work, but you're also getting money from your home insurance to do the same rehab work, then we have to calculate that. We can't overlap on that funding. We have to let insurance pay for what it's for, and then CDBG is going to pay for that the remainder, the gap. Same with FEMA and SBA. We see FEMA a lot with infrastructure and public type projects because they have their PA program, the FEMA Public Assistance Program for like road work and other types of infrastructure type projects. FEMA also has IA, their Individual Assistance Program, which gives money for directly to persons. So we will have to look at that for housing programs and things like that. Small Business Administration, SBA, also gives loans to homeowners, also to business owners for economic recovery. So that's one that we run into a lot. And then the last two there, in some cases, the state itself or other agencies might have their own other grant programs, other things that they're able to do for the eligible applicant. And then there's also charitable organizations, churches, charities, nonprofits that might also give funds for the same purpose. So we have to ask about that as well. So this graphic is just to drive home a simple point that CDBG-DR is meant to be funding of last resort. In the regs, there's what's called an order of operations, and it says that CDBG-DR needs to be looked at only after you looked at other federal sources like FEMA, Corps of Engineers, SBA, things like that. So this is just a graphic that shows that we're meant to be the gap filler, or CDBG-DR is meant to be a gap filling type of funding. So here's just this actual table. It's a 7-step table that's in the HUD documentation. This is the prescribed calculation method. And this is just a very simple example. So say if there's a program and we determine that the applicant's total need is $100,000, say for housing recovery, $100,000. Through certification and verification, we find that they received or they have available to them $60,000. So we would consider that $60,000 to be the baseline of their duplicative funding that they've received from other sources for the same purpose. Through some study though, and looking at those $60,000, we find out that $20,000 is non-duplicative, and we'll get to that more in the DOB module tomorrow, but there are ways that there are certain types of funding that we can exclude from the duplication calculation. But for this example, let's say we find out that 20,000 of it is non-duplicative. That means that 40,000, then 60 minus 20, 40,000 is actually the duplicative amount. So we just take that from the 100,000 that we determined was the applicant's need, and that we can at most give this applicant $60,000 of CDBG. That's the gap that we can fund. But the last two lines are the curveballs, just in case, because it does come into play. Sometimes there's a program cap, there's a max award. And in this example, this program has a max award of $50,000 per applicant. So even though that we could give 60, the program's max is 50. So in this case, we can only give 50. We'll go through more details of DOB tomorrow and what actually makes things non-duplicative and things like that. But this is just a general calculation. And lastly, everything we're talking about here, the Federal Register notices, the action plan, all of that, all the program guidelines for these programs will obviously be on ADECA's website. We have a grant administration manual that's pending, and that's under draft. That's going to be posted soon. That's going to be one that's going to be very useful to all of you. And obviously the program guidelines for the specific programs will be up there ASAP. Everything else that's going to be listed here can be easily found from HUD's website. It's the HUD Exchange. So just go to HUD Exchange, and you'll see in the front there's going to be linked to an actual CDBG DR page and a CDBG MIT page. Just click on that DR page, and it'll bring you to a page with a ton of resources, all the regulations that back CDBG DR, tools, resources, templates, toolkits, all sorts of stuff. It's all in there. So hopefully we made up a little bit of time there, so we don't lose time later for lunch. So does anyone have any questions now? I know this was just an overview, and we're gonna flesh out a lot of the things that we discussed here in the coming modules, but I'm happy to take any questions you have now. Great. All right, Jamie, we can go ahead and set up the next session. Thank you all.
Hi, everybody. We have time for a break if you guys want to take a break, or we can keep moving. It's up to you. Keep moving? All right, sounds good. All right, and if anyone does want a snack, you're welcome to have snacks up here. There's waters. So if you need anything, since we're going to keep moving, you're welcome to come up. I'll turn it over to Tyler.
Good morning, everybody. For better for me for the rest of the day. So hopefully we'll have some fun. We are way ahead of schedule, actually. I think we're about 30 minutes ahead of schedule. So I'm sure you all appreciate that. We're going to be talking about procurement next, and then we'll go to lunch, and then this afternoon's all about money, right? So financial management. All of them fall within the realm of CFR 200, which I hope you guys are all pretty familiar with. I know I've worked with a lot of you primarily through your procurement or for other reasons. I recognize ACCA back there. Can you just, where's the ACCAs? All right, and then the LSAs? No LSA? Oh, sorry, there you are. Baldwin. Hello. The city of Mobile. Hello, and then the county. All right. Well, happy you all are here. I know that ACCA has procured. I know LSA is not procuring. And I heard either the city or the county of Mobile has procured. Is that right? Working on it? Okay. So, well, procurement. You know, with me, during this presentation and for the rest of the day, if you have questions, I want you just to ask them right away, all right? So this can be a kind of like a dialogue. Don't, you know, interrupt me if you want to. If I'm going too fast, just tell me to slow down or repeat that. Like I said, you're stuck with me, so, you know, I want to do it right for you, okay? All right, so we're going to be talking again about procurement, you know, general overview and the requirements, the methods of procurement, how to evaluate and make an award or contract, and then other what's referred to as cross-cutting requirements that kind of go hand in hand with procurement. I know that the city and the two counties are all CDBG entitlements, right? So you receive direct awards. Do you work with your entitlement grants, or is that a separate division or department within your government? You work with them, or you are part of them?
No, they're subsidiaries of ours.
Or so as the you're the county, right, or the city? You're the city, so you're a direct entitlement, right? You get money directly from HUD. Is it? Do you directly administer your CDBG-DR award?
Well, we will, yeah. For our DR, but for our regular CDBG, we have subrecipients.
Right, so you award the money to a subrecipient, is that right? Okay, but you're in charge of creating the action plan, all that stuff, right? What about you all? Same? Yeah. Okay. And you? I'm sorry, I get mixed up. So, Baldwin.
We're not an entitlement.
You're not an entitlement.
It's not been accepted by the county. Baldwin County's eligible, but
We differ.
I see. Okay, so then you would just participate in the state program? Okay. Okay, I asked that question because oftentimes, as an entitlement community, you're actually very familiar with a lot of the requirements already, just because you're doing it year after year. Not that you are not. I mean, if you're participating in the state program, there's an opportunity there as well. But. Alrighty, so again, we're talking about procurement. So the DR specific requirements kind of start with the Federal Register. So as Michael mentioned, when Congress appropriates funds to HUD, which then awards funds to the state in this case, and then the state then awards money to its subrecipients, it's the Federal Register that really says, all right, world, we're going to take the CDBG program, we're going to borrow it and amend it and alter it in this way, and we're going to publish it in the Federal Register, and here's all the additional rules and requirements that make disaster recovery different or separate than the regular program. And every appropriation is slightly different, so the rules for Hurricane Sandy are different for Harvey, are different for Irma. They're all slightly different. They've gotten more and more complex over the years. But for us, for Sally and Zeta, we want to be paying attention to the what's called the 2020 grants, and in particular this Federal Register notice and those that are subsequent to it. But nonetheless, this is the first one. This is called the allocation notice, and this one says, all right, here's the rule book, if you will. One of the things that it requires with respect to procurement is that ADECA had to certify to HUD how it's going to handle procurement, how it's going to do its own procurement, and what requirements its subrecipients are going to have to follow. And so in that certification, and that happens before HUD will even award the money and sign a grant agreement with ADECA. So in that certification, it's ADECA elected, and there's a couple of options, but they're all very similar. ADECA will follow its own state procurement policies and procedures, and has also established the requirements for procurement policies and procedures for subrecipients based on full and open competition pursuant to 24 yada yada. And this is kind of verbatim the requirement, okay? ADECA and its subrecipients must also evaluate the cost or price of products or services as required by the Federal Register notice. And so I think we've all talked about cost and price analysis during these kind of RFP and procurement discussions so far. So when procuring goods or services with CDBG DR funds, subrecipients must follow the Alabama State Code, so the procurement code. And then if the procurement standards contained in the Uniform Administrative Requirements at 2 CFR 200, 318 through 327, or local procurement policies and procedures are stricter than the Alabama State Code, the strictest requirement shall prevail. So what that means as subrecipients is you need to look at 3 different sources for determining what procurement requirements apply. Is it the Alabama State Code, 2 CFR 200, and then your local procurement policies and procedures? And after looking across all 3, you must determine which is the strictest, for each particular item within these requirements, the strictest shall prevail. So for example, the 2 CFR 200 allows a method of procurement called micro-purchase, for example. Or actually, let's use this. The simplified acquisition threshold in 2 CFR 200 is $100,000. So it says anything less than $100,000 you can use small purchase. But the Alabama State Code says that the small purchase threshold is actually $25,000, not $100,000. So because the Alabama State Code is stricter than 2 CFR 200 for just that particular requirement, in that case, the state code prevails. Does that make sense? But that doesn't mean that all of the state code now prevails for every requirement because you found one that's stricter. It's just that particular requirement. Okay. So that's what you want to be there. I've looked at the state code. I am very familiar with 2 CFR 200. I'm not familiar with your local policies, but I'm sure they're very similar to either 2 CFR 200 or the state code or both. But nonetheless, they're all pretty much very similar. Any questions about that? Okay. So, just general requirements, principles. Procurement is meant to promote full and open competition, ensure fair treatment of proposers in accordance with the rules applicable to each procurement, and ensure that costs or price for the goods or services to be acquired is reasonable. At the end of the day, what we're trying to achieve here and what the federal government and the state, wants you to achieve is, getting the goods or services you need at the lowest cost, right? You want to try and reserve the amount of funds you have available for those that are actually in need. So the households or the businesses, et cetera, that were affected by the storms. Things that are prohibited with respect to procurement, kind of high level, is you cannot allow for organizational conflicts of interest. For example, if I'm the mayor and an old college friend of mine is trying to bid on this RFP, maybe I go to the office and say, hey, keep in mind that this vendor is probably the one you want to pick, right? That would be a conflict of interest. And so you'll want to have organizational policies and procedures to that effect that prohibit those types of conflicts of interest. You cannot specify, a particular brand name product instead of allowing an equal product, including a description of the item's essential characteristics. So basically what this means is if you have a vendor in mind that you want to win, you may say, oh, well, you can only use this type of thing or this type of service that only they can do. That would limit the ability for others to actually, get the work, right? So that's prohibited. You cannot do that. And then you cannot allow any arbitrary action in the procurement process. And so this is just kind of, generic across the board. But at the end of the day, what this is trying to say is in your RFP, and I've looked at all of your RFPs and none of you've done this, you cannot restrict it in such a way that does not promote open and fair competition. Okay? So a lot of procurement and financial management and 2 CFR 200, all of it is actually like kind of common sense, right? It just wants to, prevent cheating, in a lack of a better words, or corruption, fraud, waste, abuse. It just wants everybody to be, doing the right thing. All right, so this is just a generic procurement workflow, and this is kind of how things, would kind of go, generally speaking. One thing I want you to keep in mind is throughout today and tomorrow, documentation and record keeping is everything. There's kind of a general rule of thumb, which is if it's not documented, it did not happen, which means you did not meet the requirement, okay? So every step in the process, when you're talking about procurement, you'll want to document. All right, so in the very beginning, you want to identify the goods or services to be procured. So the 3 HH mids are all looking for a consultant for either planning or regular administrative services, or both. ACCA, similar planning and financial management services. So you say, okay, what is our need, right? So that's the kind of the first step. The second step is completing an environmental review. Now, when it comes to generic, like administrative services, all of the things that you've all procured for, that is, I think just exempt or definitely categorically exclude. It's probably exempt. This is all just paper stuff, right? So there's no actual environmental harm, but nonetheless, every single penny, and we'll learn about this tomorrow during environmental review training, every penny that gets spent has to have an environmental review tied to it. When you're talking about a larger project, if you're going to procure a contractor to fix a road or build an apartment building or whatever it is, that's a more complex environmental review, right? And so you'll want to have that completed prior to the procurement action. But for our purposes so far, the environmental review is just kind of a one-pager. Okay, then you want to identify the proper method of procurement. So, and this is where you start walking through the requirements. Are we trying to purchase new computers or pens and paper? Well, that's probably small purchase. Are we looking for a consultant? It's probably an RFP. Are we looking to build something? That's probably a sealed bid. So based off of what you identified as what you need, you then identify how you should procure that based off of the type of good or services you're trying to procure. And we'll get into all of this. Next, you want to develop the scope of work or the number of types of goods needed. We all work together again on these RFPs so far. The more detailed your scope of work is, the easier it is to bid. I mean, I've bid on these things. It's easier to bid on them. You get a better understanding of what it is you actually are looking for and you're expecting of the consultant or the contractor. But it also makes it easier to compare apples to apples, right? So all of your bids are coming in and they're all being asked to give you a price or provide services that are pretty similar. If you leave it kind of up to the imagination, although you might get some great creative, approaches, you may also get like wildly different costs, and so it may make it, difficult to ultimately decide, who you're going to pick and why. But anyway, the bottom line here is, and this is a lot easier to do, by the way, in sealed bids. When you have an actual construction project, you have units and, it's this many linear feet or yada, yada, yada. But nonetheless, my point here is you want a scope of work if you're going to procure goods, the number and type of goods needed, you want it to be detailed. Then you need to prepare what's called an independent cost estimate, and we're going to go over this in more detail toward the end of this training. But the idea here, and this is a requirement that comes straight out of the Federal Register, OIG, I think you all went to that OIG training, they're really big on it. What this is meant to say is, before you actually go shopping, before you release the bid or develop the RFQ or release it, publish it, whatever, you should sit down and think of what is it that you actually think this is going to cost. And what that does, again, is it gives you something to measure against. So when I was talking about when you write a detailed scope of work, you, as the subrecipient, have in mind what it is you think you need. And then these third parties come in and bid, and they may have a wildly different idea of what they think you need just based off of how your solicitation was written. And so when all those come in, you then want to look at it against, well, what you thought it would cost, and then what they came in with, and that gives you some kind of, bottom line measure against, did the bids come in a way that reflected the actual cost and needs that you have? I hope I said that well. All right, so then you want to, you've got your scope, you've got your cost estimate. Now you want to actually prepare the solicitation itself, the RFPQ or the invitation for bids. When it comes to small purchases, this obviously looks a little different. You're just, obviously you have the list of goods and the types of goods you need, but you're not necessarily publishing them. After you prepare the solicitation or the invitation for bids, you'll then actually publish it, select and receive the bids or proposals, and then evaluate the bids. So, and I guess we'll go into this a little bit later, but the evaluation process obviously is you're looking at every bid that you received, in most cases looking for the lowest cost vendor, with the exception of RFPQ. You can use qualifications as a factor. and we'll get into that. After you also get all of your bids, you need to perform what's called a price or cost analysis. This is related to the independent cost estimate. But what it's basically saying is before we got the bids, we said, this is what we think it'll cost. Now that we've got the bids, we're gonna perform an analysis comparing the bids to the ICE, to the cost estimate. So that's what that is down there. Then you want to basically select the vendor and perform what's called the vendor clearance process. Or, this basically just means, are they licensed, insured, not debarred, things like that. And then all along the way, you're documenting all this, but you also want to complete your procurement file, have all your ducks in a row, and then ultimately, award your contract. So pretty easy, right? All right. True or false? Subrecipients, you all, may select whether to follow the code, Alabama State Code 2 CFR 200, or your local procurement policies. False. Trick question. False. You have to follow all of them. Not one of them. So again, it's just the stricter of the three. All right, any questions so far? All right, so now we're going to look at the methods of procurement. We've kind of talked about these, but small purchase, sealed bid, RFPQ, or non-competitive. The first three are very common. The last one is very rare, okay? And requires pre-authorization. So I just want to kind of cite that up front. All right, so small purchase. The purpose of the small purchase method of procurement is for the procurement of or acquisition of goods or services that do not exceed $25,000. Typically used for the procurement of supplies and materials or small service contracts. In all your cases, you're likely to need an RFPQ for services. So if you're going to be using small purchase, it's almost always for supplies, materials, equipment, things like that. Anything where the combined value of the awarded contract does not exceed $25,000. This can get tricky. Let's say you need to, purchase, again, computers. The cost comes in at $24,000. So you purchase the computers, and then a year from now, you need one more computer. You can't just go back and use that procurement because it's going to cross that $25,000 threshold. So just kind of keep that in mind when you're doing small purchase, is the minute it goes over $25,000, it's no longer a valid method of procurement. So if you're going to use this method, and again, there's nothing wrong with it, it's definitely allowed and preferred for these types of purchases, you need to get 3 bids. And they need to be valid, bids or quotes. So again, what you want is to be able to compare apples for apples. You can't get, one good one and then 2 that are, kind of half done. They need to all be valid. And then maintain written documentation of the goods or services to be, so this is kind of what you need to have documented in your file for this method of procurement. A list of the goods or services that you were that you did procure, the names of the businesses contacted and how they were contacted. There is, let's say that you really just need something simple like a printer. You don't have to call Walmart or call Amazon, or call Target. You can just go online, okay, and search for the printer you want. And what you want to do is just, on the same date and time, print out. Amazon was $500, Walmart was $400, and Target was, $450. And so what Walmart won, okay? So you just print all those out, and that's your small purchase. So these don't have to be, too complex. But as the threshold, the amount of funds being spent gets higher, then you would need to have like a more, detailed bidding process. But the same thing, if you're gonna purchase a bunch of supplies that you need for whatever purpose, and again, we'll talk this afternoon about purchasing supplies and equipment for the intended use, right? So for CDBG-DR specifically, again, you can just put a big shopping list together and search 3 different websites, and again, just purchase the basket of goods that's the smallest, or the lowest cost. Anyway, documentation of the goods or services to be procured, the names of the businesses contacted and how they were contacted, phone, email, etc. The prices that were quoted per item, and then evidence the vendor is not prohibited from receiving DR funds. So again, this is, are they not debarred or otherwise excluded? And we'll get into that. Any question on small bid? Okay. Sealed bid. Sealed bid is for the acquisition of goods or services that exceed $25,000, typically used for the procurement of contractors for public works or construction projects. When I think sealed bid, I think construction. But if you're going to purchase goods or equipment in excess of $25,000, you can use sealed bid as well. For sealed bidding to be feasible, the following conditions are required. You have to have accurate and complete specifications. And so this gets back to that flow chart earlier where I was talking about you have to have a detailed scope of work. Sealed bids really have to, and this is where like public works and engineering, I could not prepare one of these because that's not my background, but it is very detailed in exactly what you, the subrecipient, need of that contractor to do. What types of materials, if it's concrete, how many linear feet, what specifications and grades, all that stuff needs to be there so that the bidders can all bid on this technical, project. And again, apples for apples. There needs to be a specific date and time for the submission of the sealed bids, and that needs to be in the notice inviting bids, so it needs to be very clear when the bids must be submitted by, and how, whether it's electronic or, in person, etc. Then you have to have a public bid opening. And oftentimes, the bidders may even come and participate and watch you open the bid and write it down, write the price. And then you have to evaluate the bids for, I think we get into this, it's called responsive and reasonable. So responsive means they met all of the technical requirements of the solicitation. Did they submit insurance? Did they fill out this form? Did they provide a price for yada, yada, yada? Did they do all the X, Y's, and Z's, like dotting the I's and crossing the T's? That's responsive, and then reasonable is price. So you evaluate the bids, and then for sealed bids, you always award the contract to the lowest price bid that is both responsive and reasonable. Any questions on sealed bids? Okay. RFPQ. So RFP stands for Request for Proposals. RFQ stands for Request for Qualifications. Oftentimes you're doing RFPs because you want to actually get a proposed, approach to a particular service that you need. Oftentimes you're using an RFQ for something like engineering or architecture services. So you are looking at, in those cases, you're looking for their qualifications of the firm and not necessarily a particular, scope of work for the services that you need. If you ever, you're always going to be leaning RFP, but if you think you want to use RFQ and you're not sure if it's appropriate, you can always ask your grant manager. So RFPQs are for the purpose of acquiring goods or services that exceed $25,000 and when conditions are not appropriate for sealed bidding. And this kind of seems like what it means is it's clear that a sealed bid is not the appropriate approach. And so sealed bid, again, are oftentimes for construction or things of that nature, whereas a RFP would be for a consultant, more or less. Okay, so typically used for the procurement of professional services such as consultants. Oh yeah, and down there, RFQs are typically used for architectural engineering services. So in a RFP queue or queue, the evaluation selection are based on the evaluation criteria and factors for an award in the RFP. So again, when I was working with you all, what I was trying to get across is if you have a scope of work and it says task A, do this, task B, do that, and then it says provide your qualifications and then provide your resumes, and if it's asking for kind of clear things to respond to, then what you want to have is direct scoring criteria that's one for one with those requirements. So you would say, based off of, we're going to give you 20 points for your personnel, right? So your resumes. We're going to give you 10 points for the qualifications of the firm itself and your history with similar projects. And we're going to give you 40 points based off of your scope of work. So how you respond to task 1, task 2, task 3. And then the remainder is price, right? So, that allows the respondents to say, okay, we know that 40 points, which is a lot, is, based off of the scope of work. So we really want to get that right? But what it also does is it gives everybody a clear idea of how, what to respond to and how much weight that particular component of the proposal is going to have when it comes to scoring. So evaluation and selection are based on the criteria and the factors in the RFP itself. So everybody is told how this is going to be scored. And then the contract award is based on the best proposal that meets the requirements of the scope of work, resulting in the greatest benefit and best value for the procuring entity, which may not primarily be determined on price, right? So what this means is price is just a factor, but it's not the prevailing factor. In the sealed bid process, you have to select the lowest cost vendor. In the RFP-Q process, although it's ideal to select the lowest cost vendor, if somebody comes in, 2 points higher, or 2 points lower than the low cost vendor and is, $1,000 more, you can pick the better vendor. In fact, you have to pick the better vendor if they scored higher. So all it means to say is, yes, cost should certainly be a factor, and yes, you want the best bang for your buck, but you don't always have to pick whoever comes in the cheapest. Otherwise, they all would just, do that. Okay, any questions on those 3 methods? Those are really the 3 methods you'll all be using if you're going to be procuring. Okay, quick question, do any of you plan on having your own subrecipients? So going down another tier. I don't even know if this is...
Probably.
Yes?
Yes.
Okay. So when it comes to having your own subrecipients, every requirement that applies to you applies to them, right? So you will be responsible for ensuring that they're doing all of this as well, okay? And what else do I want to say? And if you are going to have subrecipients, really pay attention. Everybody should pay attention to the monitoring presentation tomorrow, but you'll have an extra layer of responsibility when it comes to monitoring your own subrecipients. Okay, non-competitive. This is rarely used. I'm just going to flash forward to the 3rd bullet here. You cannot use this method unless HUD or primarily ADECA expressly authorizes the use for non-competitive proposals in writing, right? So this is just something that you, let's look at it. The item is, you can use it if the item is available only from a single source, based on a good faith review of available sources, and or the public exigency, or emergency for the requirement will not permit a delay resulting from a competitive solicitation, It's approved, and after solicitation of several sources, competition is determined inadequate. What this means is, and again, this is so rare, it's allowed if you were in the immediate aftermath of a disaster and you had to get something done really quickly, in accordance with your local policies and procedures, you may have some authority to procure somebody really quickly to get something done. And in this case here, we're maybe 2-3 years from the event. That is probably not something that's not happening anymore at this point. There's no real emergency, let's say, that would trigger a non-competitive proposal in this case to be used. However, there are some examples that, I try to give good ones. I can't really. Sometimes, though, there are needs, again, in the immediate aftermath of a disaster, where particular, I try to think of the, sometimes there are particular equipment that only one vendor has in your area, that can get it done in time. If it's like, I don't know, clearance, debris removal or something, there's only, one person that has the equipment necessary to get these large trees off, right? And so, you go with them because they're the only ones that can do it. It's just so rare that, again, if you think you need it, you definitely want to talk to your grant manager, because you probably don't, but I don't want to say it's prohibited. Each procurement based on non-competitive proposals must be supported by a written justification. So again, it's kind of the seriousness of it. This is exactly why we had to go with this method. And then it has to be approved both internally and by ADECA. So does anybody have any questions about this? I don't think we need to spend too much time on it because it just probably won't happen. Okay. So now we're going to talk about the price cost analysis process. And so we talked about this a little bit earlier. Step 1 is the independent cost estimate, and then step 2 is the analysis itself. So prior to receiving the bids or the proposals, or even a change order after the contract is awarded, you'll need to complete an independent cost estimate. So the reason why you want to do this and date it before you get the bids or proposals is because you don't want the bids or proposals that you receive, you don't want those prices to influence the independent cost estimate because it's no longer independent, right? You kind of saw what they said and said, okay, well, let's just make it that. Okay, and then step 2 is before you award the contract. So that's before you get the bids. This is before you award. You complete the price or cost analysis, and we'll talk about the difference between the two to determine if the price or cost of the bid or proposals are reasonable. Okay, so an independent cost estimate must be prepared prior to receiving or opening the bids or proposals. The ICE establishes the total estimated cost related to the execution of the scope of work or the estimated cost of goods to be procured. So how do I do an ICE? Like, how do I say, we need a consultant to do some stuff for us, environmental review, financial management, policies and procedures, whatever it may be. How do I guess what I think that should cost? And what you don't want to do is say, well, we got $100,000 from ADECA. Let's just say it's going to cost $100,000, right? You'll want to begin to, if you're an entitlement, for example, or you have other consultants that are already work for your county or city government or your agency, you can look at contracts that you've already awarded in the past and say, this is what the going rate is based off of similar services. You can also ask each other, right? And I encourage you guys all to work with one another and ask questions. You can fish for answers, but at the end of the day, I hope we're all telling you the same thing. But nonetheless, hey, what did you all get, for your RFP? Who proposed, how did the costs come in? You can just kind of search online. But nonetheless, you just want to kind of do some research and document it, and put it in your file to kind of determine, okay, and you'll also want to make some reasonable assumptions like, okay, we need 5 policies and procedures to be updated, you know, if I had to actually update these things, it'd take me, I don't know, 40 hours for this one and 80 for that one. And if the rate is this, you know, you can kind of do the math and determine this is how much I think it'll cost. And again, it's an estimate. There's also, when it comes to rates, and I sent this to, I think, ACCA, and we can send it to everybody. I think it's GSA. Can you remember the agency that has the published rates?
GSA did have one,
Yeah.
it's in the stat, and, there's a couple of other places that you can find, GSA did have some published rates.
Okay.
I will say they're a little bit higher than what was the average market in the country. GSA pays well.
Yeah. So I myself was surprised that GSA wasn't publishing rates by region. It's just one kind of database. And so when I was looking at them too, I was like, you know, the rates are probably going to be lower. But nonetheless, you can make that assumption in your estimate. The GSA said the rate's 150, but we know it's 120, you know, or whatever. Okay. And then, or this fourth criteria here, documentation showing that the offered price is set by law or regulation. This is rare, but nonetheless, sometimes that does actually happen. There may be, you may have local policies that say, you know, we as a county will not pay more than $200 an hour for any service period. Okay, so we'll talk about, we're still in the conversation about price and cost analysis, but true or false, subrecipients must submit all procurement records to ADECA prior to actually awarding a contract. Is that true or false? And we didn't, this is kind of a trick question because I didn't say whether or not it's true. So it's false. Again, it's so important to document everything you do. So yes, you do need to create a procurement record, but you can go ahead and award the contract. You don't have to submit it to ADECA. It's just ADECA will only request to review it during a monitoring event, you know, so we come out and monitor, or under special circumstances, like, you know, a vendor calls ADECA and says, hey, there was something funny going on here. We should have won that contract. You know, not to say that we would, you know, we would look at that, right? We would ask some questions, but not to, you know, presume that that's true or not. Okay, another question here. Which of the following procurement methods are unallowable? So which one of these four can you not use? Micro purchase, yes. So micro purchase is a method of procurement in 2 CFR 200. And it, I think it's for $5,000 or less. But the state code does not have this in its actual written code. It just has small purchase as the lowest threshold. Agencies, you know, have the ability to adopt special, you know, procurement methods in the Alabama State Code, but ADECA has not. So ADECA just uses small purchase as its lowest threshold. And so therefore, you don't want to use micro purchase for any procurements under disaster recovery. Any questions there? Okay, so now we're in the evaluation and the award. So we've gotten all of our bids in. We're now going to evaluate them, bids or proposals. We're going to evaluate them. If it's a sealed bid, you know, it really is that responsiveness and reasonableness. Did they submit all the forms? Did they check all the boxes? Did they submit all the per unit costs? And then for proposals, it's evaluating them based off of the scoring criteria in the RFP itself. Again, performing contractor eligibility, debarment, suspension, licensing, insurance, etc. Performing that price or cost analysis, and then awarding, okay? So let's see here. Responsiveness. The offer complies with the requirements of the goods or services requested. So again, this is, you know, did they submit a bid based off of exactly what we asked for? Responsible is what I've been trying to say earlier. The offerer, the bidder, can comply with the required or proposed delivery of goods or performance of services and is otherwise qualified and eligible to receive an award. So responsible being, can they actually deliver? And are they eligible? And then cost reasonableness. Costs are considered reasonable if they do not exceed what a prudent person would incur under similar circumstances. So, you know, at the end of the day, the procurement process itself is trying to arrive at a reasonable cost. But if costs just come in like astronomically high, just period through the procurement process, you're not necessarily forced to award. You can go back to the drawing board, you know, and determine how you can reduce costs or maybe widen the pool of, you know, contractors or consultants out there that could bid on the project. Contractor eligibility. Prior to awarding a contract, you'll need to check both the system for award management and this limited denial participation list. For every contractor and their subcontractors, if they have them, to make sure they're not debarred, suspended, or otherwise ineligible to receive a federal award. The LDPL list is something new that HUD created. I don't mean to downplay it at all, but you just go to the website and there's like 8 people on it, and you just print it, right? It's not, usually people are not on there. But SAM's the big one. So entities that receive a federal award must be registered with SAM.gov. They have to have I can't remember what they call it now. It used to be a DUNS number. Now it's a UEI. What is it? UEI. Unique Entity Identifier? Yes. Y'all have. If you had a DUNS before, it automatically converted to a UEI. But nonetheless, everybody has to have one of these. You have to be registered, including contractors. And then, you know, if you get your bids in and you're going to pick ABC Contracting, before you award, you just go to sam.gov, type in ABC Contracting or their UEI or both. You might get, you know, a couple of hits. You need to find the one that's them, right? And then there's a little button that says, you know, active exclusions or something like that. And if it says no results found, then that means they're good to go. So you just, again, print that. You want to, you know, save as a PDF or whatever, so that you have the URL on there, and it usually has a little date. I ran this on the 1st, because you want to demonstrate that you did it prior to awarding the contract. So in both of these instances, it's a web search, and you're kind of printing or saving it as a PDF for the file. Any questions? You have to do this if you're going to award a subrecipient as well. ADECA had to do this before entering into a subrecipient agreement with you all. It's just a matter of, I've never in my life ran into somebody who was actually excluded or debarred, but you do definitely have to do it. Okay, so now we're going to talk about the difference between a price and cost analysis. A price analysis is the more common one. It's a simple comparison of the prices quoted by the suppliers or contractors, comparing both to each other and then also the ICE and any other information. So typically you're using these for instances where price is the determining factor, right? So typically you're using this for, I would say all, but primarily definitely small purchases and sealed bids, because price is ultimately the resulting factor. And we, by the way, have a template that walks through these. But what it is kind of it's kind of a one-for-one. Honestly, price is probably always the one that you're going to use, just based off your thresholds. And here, it'll be easier to explain once we look at cost. So a cost analysis is a detailed evaluation of the separate elements that make up the total proposed cost or price. So they're used for complex competitive proposals or non-competitive, where price is not only the determining factor. What it means is that you may have, just based off of how it's being scored, I wish I had maybe we'll bring it up next time we go around. If you look at the template that we're provided, all it is the cost analysis is much more detailed. So it gives you the opportunity to go really granular on all the different aspects of varying price factors. So you all, at the end of the day, if you're procuring a consultant, for example, the only thing you're really looking at is the rates and number of hours, right? So that's a simple analysis. That's why it's called price analysis. The same is true for sealed bids. It's really, one-for-one price comparison. And then the same for supplies and services. So the cost analysis, if you really want to get nitty-gritty, there's a different form that helps you do that. But at the end of the day, they're essentially the same thing. All you're doing is looking at the ICE, the bids, and then making a comparison. At the end of the day, all it's trying to get to, again, is cost reasonableness. True or false? Subrecipients only need to perform a SAM and LDPL check prior to the start of work or the date of purchase. False. Yes. These checks must be performed prior to executing a contract. Okay, we're in the home stretch here. Other cross-cutting requirements. We're only going to go through all these briefly. And these are not every cross-cutting requirement, but those that are, related to procurement. So conflicts of interest, record keeping, Section 3, Weeby, and Davis-Bacon. Okay, so conflicts of interest. Subrecipients must maintain standards of conduct covering conflicts of interest and governing the performance of employees engaged in contract selection, award, or administration. What this basically means is you have to have written policies and procedures that govern conflicts of interest. No official, agent, subgrantee, or employee shall participate directly or indirectly in the selection, award, administration, or monitoring of any contract or purchase order if a conflict of interest, real or apparent, results. So again, this is kind of like, it's not only good faith, but it's just common sense, right? If my brother won the award, I probably shouldn't have been on the selection panel, right? So it's things of that nature. Okay. Example procurement records. So we kind of broke this out into pre-bid, then bidding, then the award. So what do I need to have in my file? The pre-bid is the identification of the procurement method based off of the scope of work or the types of goods or services that are being procured, and your independent cost estimate. So that's kind of what you would have in your file prior to the bidding process. Then during the bidding, you would have your bid package, or the notice inviting bids, or the request for proposals, the proof it was the proof of publication, or how it was circulated, copies of the bids or proposals received, the public bid opening if it was a sealed bid, etc. And then prior to and after award, that actual price or cost analysis, the evaluation and scoring, the SAM and LDPL checks, and then the ultimate contract itself. Section 3. Subrecipients must provide, this is a requirement for everybody, subrecipients must provide, and when I say that I mean ADECA as well, subrecipients must provide to the greatest extent feasible employment, training, and contracting opportunities to low and very low income persons. So Section 3 came out with a new rule a couple years ago. So if you're familiar with, hopefully you're familiar with the new rule, but there is a new way for valuing these thresholds. Section 3 covered projects include housing, rehab, and construction, other public construction projects assisted with DR, And then other HUD programs that provide housing and community development financial assistance when the total amount of assistance to the project exceeds $200,000. Essentially, a Section 3 cover project now has to be a brick and mortar project. Before, it used to apply to like consulting contracts, or professional service contracts, they call them. But now it has to be brick and mortar. The project itself has to have a total investment from all federal sources of $200,000 or more. I'm sorry, not all federal, all HUD sources. So if you, so this will be triggered for some of your, public works housing projects. Do all of you have a Section 3 plan? You're all from, or you have a process? Do any of you do like bid preferences or how? Section 3 can be tricky. How many of you feel that you have a robust and successful Section 3? You do, good, okay. Section 3 at the end of the day, tell us how you're successful, if you don't mind. I don't mean to put you on the spot.
So, we actually have a department, a diversity department that specifically makes sure that she's, inclusive of any Section 3, companies and individuals.
Okay, so you have a list of like firms that are verified Section 3 businesses?
We do.
Okay,
So we have a small department, 2 people that's dedicated
okay,
to that.
excellent. So dedicated department to it. At the end of the day, what HUD wants to see is that you're attempting to achieve these, providing these opportunities. And so I don't know if we really get into it. I won't get into it that much because we'll get into it on another day in subsequent trainings. But the bottom line is you need to demonstrate to the greatest extent feasible that you are either awarding to a Section 3 business or creating Section 3 jobs through that procurement action. Okay, any questions on Section 3? MeBe-WeBe stands for Minority and Women-Owned Business Policies. Subrecipients must ensure that, when possible, contracts and other economic opportunities funded in whole or in part with DR funds are directed to minority business enterprises or women business enterprises. And so again, similar to Section 3, you'll want to have a method by which you are encouraging this participation. Again, and like Section 3, having a list of vendors that meet the criteria, or providing a bid preference. Like, so in an RFP, you can say, we will give 5 bonus points if you're a Section 3 business, or 5 bonus points if you're a MeBe-WeBe. That's one way to encourage participation. Another way to do it is to design your RFP in such a way that allows a prime contractor, a prime consultant, to carve off particular scopes of work for a minority or women business enterprise, right? So you can say, design it in such a way that says, 5% of the total bid price must be awarded to a MeBe-WeBe, is one way to do it. And so that way the prime, and we've seen this, that way the prime is if they themselves are not a MeBe-WeBe, they, I just figured it'd go away.
It doesn't go away, so.
If the prime itself is not a MeBe-WeBe, they are gonna go find a sub that is, and give them an opportunity to participate in the CDBG-DR funding cycle. Davis-Bacon and related acts, there's a whole bunch of stuff here. I just went to, I'd done Davis-Bacon a lot, and especially when I was in my early days of CDBG. You gotta love the federal government. They're always updating stuff. So apparently there's a new Davis-Bacon final rule. Adrian, we all went to this training. So if you thought you knew Davis-Bacon, guess what? There's something new. But nonetheless, the Davis-Bacon Act and related acts, collectively referred to as DBRA, construction contracts in excess of $2,000 trigger Davis-Bacon. And what it basically means is that laborers and mechanics on those construction jobs have to be paid prevailing wage, or more or less union wages. And it's funny, the Davis-Bacon Act is actually, goes back to like 1919 or something. These were two senators or something. And the reason why it's 2000 is that's the threshold they set at the time, but never adjusted it for inflation. So $2,000 used to be a lot of money 100 years ago. But because they've never changed it, now everything is effectively triggering Davis-Bacon. Bacon, by the way, lunch is soon, huh? True or false, if a subrecipient fails to meet any of the requirements in this presentation during a procurement action, funds expended on the resulting contract may be subject to recapture. True. So HUD takes procurement very seriously. I mean, everything is serious. All requirements are required. But HUD and the OIG like really focus in on topics like procurement, financial management. And so, you know, if you have questions about procurement, you should definitely reach out to us or your grant managers. And I know they say this, and I'll say it again, you know, we definitely want you to succeed, and we are here to help, because if you succeed, we succeed, right? So there is no fun in writing up monitoring reports and, oh, you did this wrong, and now you gotta fix it, and oh, how are we gonna tell this to HUD? You know, we all wanna work together and win together. So don't ever hesitate to ask. I believe that's it. Any questions? We're all procurement experts now? Good. Alrighty, so it's only 11. When were we scheduled? Go ahead, Jamie.
So we were scheduled from 1 to 11:45. It's only 11, and our two sessions that we had this morning are done. So I want to leave it up to you guys. We can, I don't think we have enough time to cover financial management 101. I think that was a big one. So we probably want to wait until after lunch for that. So if you guys want to break for lunch early, we can certainly do that and be back at 1:15 start. That's,
Well, do we want to take 2 hours and 15 minutes for lunch?
I know that's a really long lunch. It may not come back, so.
Want to do an hour for lunch and come back? I mean, if we leave at 11,
We could go back at 12:30 and end early.
Yeah.
that's fine.
If you guys want to come back at 12:30, we can end early.
Okay.
Yeah.
12:30.
Sounds good. So break for lunch, be back at 12:30.
I don't know how to.
module today. That way we have one less module tomorrow and we could probably end at lunch. So you guys wouldn't have to come back after lunch. If you're up for that today. So rather than.
They don't have those slides, but they can have them.
Okay, yeah. Okay. So are y'all, no, that one, okay, everybody seems to be, agree that that's good, good. All right, well, I'll turn it over to Tyler and we'll get started.
Okay, so the next 3 trainings, and welcome back. Well, let me, if we're going to talk about financial management, so it's 101, 102, and 103. 101 is kind of an overview of all the topics, and then 102 and 103 dive a little deeper into most of the topics. What I'm going to try to refrain from doing is going into too much detail here in 101 if we're going to go into more detail in 102 and 103. So just kind of keep that in mind, that there may be some duplication in the next 2 trainings because, again, this first one kind of just talks about everything in general, and then the other 2 start to dive deeper into the topics. Let me just see here. 102 is cost principles, and 103 is internal controls and accounting. Okay. So how many of you are going to expense your lunch today? Like, is that a allowable thing at your county or city? Are you allowed to do that?
We're at home.
Oh, you're at home. Okay. The only reason why I asked, you don't have to answer it, is if you're allowed to do that, there's probably a policy in place, right? Like you can spend this much on lunch, or you have to keep a copy of your receipt. You can't buy alcohol, right? There's certain things that go along with being able to expense your lunch, for example, or your hotel. Maybe you have to be within per diem, the GSA rates, yada, yada, yada. So that is what we're talking about with financial management, okay? We're talking about what are the policies and procedures that govern from top to bottom CDBG-DR eligible expenditures. Okay, that's it. So that's our example. You want to spend some federal money, you gotta document it, right? And there has to be a policy governing it. And it has to be reasonable. We can't have steak and lobster for lunch, right? We have to have a sandwich or salad. Okay, so this is, what's that? No mac and cheese. We had I wanted mac and cheese at lunch, but I was saying, no, Tyler, don't get the mac and cheese because, you know, it's not good for you. But then I had to watch others eat the mac and cheese, and they told me it was delicious. So that's what he's joking about. All right, so this training we're going to talk about general requirements, and again, an overview of these topics: internal controls and separation of duties, accounting systems and records, cost principles, budgets, invoicing, program income, supplies and equipment, and single audits. So 9 topics. Again, if you have questions, just interrupt me, ask the question, as we go. Okay, so first let's just start with the general requirements. And do we have, financial management, again, really lives in 2 CFR 200. So everybody's familiar with 2 CFR 200? Okay. So we've got the what, how, and the details. So financial management is the process of using funds effectively, efficiently, and transparently. This is accomplished through a combination of policies, procedures, methods, rules of conduct, and standards. And so your policies and procedures, and this is, policies and procedures you're gonna hear throughout today and tomorrow. You're gonna hear it during monitoring events. HUD, and therefore ADECA, want to see written policies and procedures so that we can see, okay, they know what the rules are on every topic, not just financial management, not just procurement, everything. Davis-Bacon, Section 3, environmental, monitoring, everything. Do they have policies and procedures governing how they're going to comply with the rules and requirements? Are the policies and procedures actually compliant with the rules and requirements? And are they following their policies and procedures, okay? So your policies and procedures with respect to financial management must include topics including cost principles, which is necessary, reasonable, allowable, and allocable. We'll talk about that in the next training. Your internal controls, your accounting systems that you use, how you deal with budgets, how you manage, it's called cash management, but it's really all expenditures, inlays and outlays, your records, and then reporting. So characteristics of effective financial management systems. So there's kind of three tiers here. Financial management systems should be transparent and hold those accountable. So there's clear accountability at all levels. Basically, you want to say this person or this role is responsible for this duty, right? So you want to be clear that who's doing what and when, and do they have the authority to do it? And so you can clearly identify, who approved that transaction, who was involved in that decision, et cetera, et cetera. And this is kind of duplicative, but all parties are held accountable and follow the rules and regulations. So basically there's, we all have to do our job in accordance with the rules and requirements, right? So I guess being held accountable is, you can't just ignore the rules and without consequence, right? Budgets and expenditures. Expenditures are planned, then checked against the plan. This means that you have a budget in place, you have this amount of money, and then you are making sure that any costs that are being charged for that purpose are in accordance with the budget. So we're not just, getting an award of 20 million, let's say from ADECA, and just start spending, right? And then hope by the end we have enough money. But we're actually making a plan on how much we're going to dedicate to this and that, and what is our staff and salaries budget, et cetera. Budgets and expenditures, costs are necessary, reasonable, allowable, and allocable. Again, we'll get into that. Every single cost, though, has to kind of meet this test, okay? Records and reports. Records are clearly understood and maintained. So this is, again, at all levels of financial transactions, timesheets, invoices, receipts, contracts, purchase orders. And then reports are accurate, up-to-date, and useful. So our accounting systems need to be able to, at any moment, generate a report that says, this is the budget, this is what's, the purchase order, these are the expenses that have hit, these are the types of expenses that have hit, this is, who approved them and when, this is our unobligated balance, this is our remaining balance, etc. Okay, internal controls and separation or segregation of duties. Internal controls require that duties are segregated and that multiple people with different roles review every financial transaction. So what you don't want to have, for example, is, I'm the one that, approved the contract, I'm the one that wrote the contract, I'm the one that reviewed all the invoices, I'm the one that approved the invoices and issued the check, right? So if I have control of all of those transactions, then there is a huge opportunity for fraud because nobody's looking at what I'm doing. I'm the sole authority in how these funds get spent. So what you really want is separation of duties. I can review an invoice and recommend payment, but somebody else is going to have to double check and actually authorize that payment. And that's just one example. I think we're going to go into a chart here in just a second. But that's what a separation of duties means. It means that there are different rules for different parts of financial transactions so that it's right here. So those rules cross-check one another to make sure that budgets, costs, records, and reports all match up. And in this way, internal controls help make sure that funds are being used appropriately and that no one person can defraud the organization. So no one person has control over a financial transaction from beginning to end. Again, these are kind of like common sense things that, just make sure that funds are being used appropriately, but also that, errors are being caught as well. I mean, we all make mistakes, so you definitely want people double checking. Okay, so Again, internal controls, they provide reasonable assurances that the DR award is managed in compliance with federal statutes, regulations, and the terms and conditions of the CDBG DR award. So again, you want to have, there's obviously a lot of requirements that flow down from the federal government, through the state government, your local government, and then also the particular subrecipient agreement you have with ADECA itself, but also, you know, the contract, you know, in some instances, you know, what is the contract terms spelling out as well. All of these things, you know, you have to comply with, and it's really through spending the money that you're triggering these requirements, let's say. If no money's spent, then there is no requirement. But the minute that a penny is spent on a purpose, all of those requirements tie to that money. Taking reasonable measures to safeguard protected personally identifiable information, another information HUD, ADECA, and the subrecipient designate as sensitive. Have you guys all heard of PII? Okay, we do have a training on that in like the tier 2 or tier 3. And this lives here in internal controls, but it's a little different than all the other financial transactions, but nonetheless, you have to be, you have to ensure that you're safeguarding all of this information, especially when you're collecting income documentation from households to, you know, determine if they're eligible for assistance, for example. You're going to be collecting things like tax returns and bank statements and things like that. You definitely don't want, well, you wouldn't want your information, you know, just getting out there. And so you want to protect theirs as well. Excuse me, get some water here. Take prompt action when instances of noncompliance are identified, including noncompliance identified in audit findings. So again, internal controls are basically providing an opportunity for errors, or, you know, whether intentional or not, to identify them, and then also correcting them, you know, promptly. Okay, so we're now going to go through examples of each of these three here. So an example of providing reasonable assurances that the award is managed. So an example would be, how do we meet that requirement? You want to conduct, for example, internal monthly self-evaluation overview of the DR program or project to ensure those terms and conditions are being met. So this could be through not only your like routine policies and procedures, you know, review checklists, things like that, you know, but also monthly spot checks, let's say. With respect to safeguarding PII, an example would be to keep hard copy files in secure file cabinets that are locked when not in use, and only authorized employees or contractors have, you know, copies, so they can actually locate that. And then prompt action if instances of noncompliance are identified. Work with the finance and other responsible parties to remediate the noncompliance in a timely manner. So pretty self-evident. Okay, here's an example of what separation of duties would look like. And this is not, this does not mean to suggest that you need 6 different people in order to complete a financial transaction, okay? But what it does mean to show is that when you're looking at the different types of actions that are involved in a financial transaction, you should be aware of the fact that not one person or even 2 people should be involved in all of these decisions. So we'll go through it. You know, the first is person A develops and issues an RFP. And then person B reviews and makes a recommendation for award. That doesn't have to be 2 separate people, okay? But nonetheless, that could be an example of, you know, separating those duties. While I was at HUD, they would have the people who wrote the RFP were not allowed to evaluate the RFP because they wanted, you know, this separation. Now, at the local government level, you know, you only have so many staff. Again, it's not a requirement, but it's an example. And then person C reviews and authorizes the contract with the selected bidder. So again, now this is where you get into an instance where if you have somebody who wrote the RFP, you have somebody who evaluated the RFP, and then you have somebody who actually awards the contract, and there's nobody else involved, right? So you don't have legal, for example, or your finance manager actually kind of weighing in on the first time. Then right there you have an example of if just one person is able to write the rules, select the person they want to select, and then issue that contract in a form and format that they desire, right? That's beneficial to them, and it could, result in a bribe or a kickback. That's where all of a sudden, maybe you need more than one person involved in that financial transaction. Person D prepares the contract provisions in the budget. Kind of similar workflow here and thought process. Person E reviews and recommends payment. And then person F reviews and issues payment. Out of all of this, person E and F really do have to be two separate people in all instances, on all expenditures, all of the time. You really need to have two people looking at every expense made. Okay, any questions on this? Okay, so test your knowledge. And I'm pretty sure the answers aren't written in this little packet right here. I'm just realizing that. Do you need more than one person to process an invoice? Okay. And can the person who drafts the RFP also prepare the draft contract? Yeah, they can. Exactly. And if the person that normally approves an invoice is out on leave, can the person that reviews it also just go ahead and approve it? No. Yeah. So that's the thing too is, with separation of duties, you want to have somebody who can back up that role, and that's not duplicating a function. So again, I mean, this is all really common sense, but it's meant to say, if I want to push a fraudulent expenditure through, and I can review, or I'm the approver but not the reviewer, or whatever the situation is, like, oh, okay, hey, Joe, why don't you go on vacation tomorrow so I can just approve both of these, and then I'll give you $50, The idea is you can't have one person doing both. All right. Accounting systems and records. Oh, let me just, one more thing on this. This whole double roles thing, I'm sure that, oftentimes the way this works in local government, even in state government, is you have the program office, as the first reviewer, and then you have finance or accounting as the second reviewer, right? So they're a whole independent, separate from you, right? Okay, so now we're talking about the accounting system overall, not just the financial system, like the literal software, but your accounting systems, as a whole. In the actual system itself, the software, the accounting system must identify and separately maintain an account, and this doesn't mean like an actual bank account, but an account string, if you will, for each federal award, including the ADECA CDBG-DR award, by unique identifiers. For example, the subrecipient agreement number and year. And this comes straight out of 2 CFR 200. But what this basically means is you can't say, okay, I've signed a subrecipient agreement with ADECA for $20 million. Let's just go ahead and throw that into the general funds and spend it as we see fit. Well, obviously, you're not going to just get a lump sum when you execute an SRA, right? But nonetheless, you need to then go into your accounting system and say, okay, we've got this award, and here's the SRA agreement number. It's for $20 million, so that's our master account string. And then within it, you're going to have multiple different sub-accounts. Okay, we're $5 million is for housing, $4 million is for economic development, $1 million is for our consultant, whatever those accounts are, and they're all tying back to that master award. But each sub-account has its own account string tied to the master account, and it has different budgets and expenditures, authorized, blah blah blah. So that's what this is basically saying is, this really is, I think, financial management. If anybody in here is finance or an accountant, they're like, yeah, no duh. But nonetheless, this has to be in your accounting system so that at any moment when ADECA or HUD or an auditor comes in and says, okay, show us how the money's being spent and accounted for, you can just pull a report right away. I have been to grantees recently that are like, what are you talking about? And I'm like, you can't give me a report that shows how you spent, and they're like, well, which expenditure do you want? And I'm like, I want all of them. And then I'll tell you which one I want more information on, you know? So, you know, just make sure that you're really carefully accounting for these funds. Accounting systems need to provide accurate, current, and complete disclosure of financial transactions of each DR award to enable reporting, monitoring, and audit. So I just said that. Allow for comparison of expenditures with budget amounts. And so again, this, you know, it's just a really big thing, but you've got to have a budget, you've got to have allowable expenditures, and then you have to have your tracking expenditures against that budget. And it's just a fiscal control, you know, making sure you're not spending above that budget. Accounting records, so these are the, not the system itself, but what is supporting expenditures. All accounting entries must be appropriately approved. You know, you've got that 1-2 review approval process, and supported by source documentation. Again, if it is not documented, then it's an ineligible expenditure, bottom line. So that's why I asked about, you know, if you're gonna expense your lunch today, did you save your receipt, right? It's not enough to say, yeah, I promise I spent $50 at lunch, okay? Documentation must show that costs charged against the DR funds were incurred during the effective period of the CDBG DR subrecipient agreement. So basically, the subrecipient agreement will say this is your effective term of expenditures, and it, you know, we've talked about incurring costs prior to the actual date of the signature of the agreement versus the effective date of the agreement. Because I think that in some instances we said you can begin to incur costs prior to the award of the subrecipient agreement. Anyway, what I'm trying to say is this. The subrecipient agreement will tell you when you can spend money. And then the documentation will need to show that the cost was incurred within that period. The same is true with contracts. So if you enter into a contract with a consultant, you know, they can't be charging you for things prior to the award of the contract. Source documentation must also show that costs charged are verifiably paid out or adequately accrued. Oftentimes, you're all working on a reimbursement basis. And so in the subrecipient agreement, it says this, you know, you spend the money and then you submit a request for reimbursement to ADECA. And so you'll have to submit documentation that shows, like, yeah, look, here's the check or the wire that I made to my consultant for $10,000 for, you know, work done in December 2023. And then you'll submit the invoice along with the check that you sent to them, and that should be sufficient. Or the wire, whatever it is. In some instances, and this requires pre-approval, if you're gonna be making a large purchase and you need funds to essentially be advanced, like, hey, we don't have $1 million to just pay out and you pay us later, then you can show that you've accrued that expenditure and work with ADECA on getting you the money instead of on the reimbursement basis. Documentation must show that costs are on eligible costs and within the approved budget. So again, we talked about, you know, you're allowed to buy your sandwich, but you can't, you know, buy a martini for lunch. That's oftentimes an ineligible cost. But more seriously, iced tea, not Long Island iced tea, right? The eligible costs really mean, like, was this a cost that you are allowed to spend the money on? So, you know, one thing that you can think about, for example, is, gosh, what is a good one? There are certain things in the Federal Register that you cannot spend money on. God, I'm like drawing a blank here. I mean, one thing is like private utilities, you can't spend money on that. Certain instances, just in terms of like eligible versus ineligible activities. Political contributions is one. Nonetheless, there are things that you just are flat out not allowed to spend money on, and those exist also in 2 CFR 200. But also, the contract will say what you can spend your money on. And so again, like with the consultant, you may say, yeah, you can seek reimbursement for your hourly rate, but we ask for loaded hourly rates, which means you can't charge your travel and your expenses related to travel, to us. So although it's an eligible cost at the high level, the contract prohibits it. And so that's really what this is talking about. Not only that, but the budget in either the subrecipient agreement or a contract should include budgets per line item, right? So you can spend $1 million on staff, 100,000 on travel, 10,000 on supplies, whatever. So again, you're having to track all of that, and the documentation has to show that. And then the documentation has to also show that it's been approved by the appropriate officials within your organization. So, oftentimes what we like to see on a request for reimbursement when it comes to source documentation is as it goes through the approval process, usually somebody's like writing on it. Oftentimes accounting will have a stamp, or they'll write down the account strings it's going to. They're kind of marking it up, if you will. That's one way to show that it's gone through some level of review. Okay. So records must include information pertaining to federal awards, authorizations, obligations, unobligated balances, assets, expenditures, income, and interest. Costs for the CDBG-DR award must be supported by source documentation, contracts, procurement actions, invoices, payroll records, etc. Again, I think this is what this is just trying to say, that you want to document, at all levels, everything. So if you all procure a consultant and you request reimbursement for their invoice and ADECA pays it, and then 6 months later ADECA comes out and monitors, they may say, okay, we want to look at the RFP, we want to look at all of the bids you received, we want to make sure that you selected, the bidder who won. We want to see that they're not licensed and debarred. We want to see that the contract contains all the required provisions. We want to see that there are budget line items. We want to see that the invoice was incurred during that period, that they provided the services that they said they would, that they charged the rates they said they would, that it is in line with the budget in the contract, and then that you reviewed it, and then accounting reviewed and approved it, and that it was entered into the correct account on the account string, and it was all set up right. It's gonna be, when you submit one invoice and you get it paid for $100, it could be the review needs to look at everything. Because if any one of those things is done improperly, that cost is not eligible, or it's non-compliant, let's say. I mean, oftentimes you can fix these things. But nonetheless, every time that you, like I said, spend money and get reimbursed, that's what really triggers the big picture. And so this is really just trying to say, make sure your policies and procedures are getting it right, and you're documenting and retaining and storing those files along the way, so that when you are monitored or audited, and your internal auditors and your single auditors will do this as well, you're not having to open up the whole can of worms every time they ask a question. Or at least, you are, but it's documented. All right, so we're going to test our knowledge here. So what we're asking here is what is example supporting documentation for these types of costs? So what would be, if you're going to charge or seek reimbursement for payroll costs, what are some of the things you think may be necessary to support those costs? Yeah, timesheets, right? Anything else? Check stubs? Yeah. Yes. So timesheets are by far the most important thing when it comes to seeking reimbursement for payroll costs. There's two ways of dealing with timesheets. One is if you have a person who is 100% dedicated to the CDBG-DR program, and they're only doing one component of the program, really. They're only doing like the housing component. Then, you know, their timesheet can just say, I worked 8 hours every day on this program. But if you are a staff member who sometimes works on CDBG entitlement, sometimes works on, you know, the ARA funding, sometimes works on DR, you know, sometimes just does other city-funded or county-funded things, then your timesheets have to say, on Tuesday for 3 hours, I worked on DR, and for 5 hours, I worked on something else. It has to clearly show how many hours you spent during that payroll period on the DR program. And this is what gets into the cost printables for, is a cost allocable? Can you allocate a cost to DR? The only way to allocate a cost to DR is if you have records indicating I spent 8 hours during the pay period on DR. I mean, the same goes for me, right? Like, I can't just tell ADECA, like, I spent 20 hours this month, right? They want to know I spent 6 hours this day doing this. That's basically why your timesheets really do need to be in that level of detail. If they're not in that level of detail, you should start talking to your grant manager now about how you're going to comply with this timesheet requirement. And then you don't have to provide copies of the actual check stubs. Oftentimes people get direct deposit, but it is enough just to show the ledger that these costs are being paid out. And I'm not even sure if the second one is, once we get into actual invoicing, if that's going to be required every time or not. Okay, so what do you think you'll need to do in terms of supporting documentation for supplies and materials? Receipts, yes. What else?
The price comparison.
The ICE. Let's see. Yes. So procurement records, which would include the ICE, the RFP, the printout of if it's small purchase, you know, the different. So yeah, you need all of the procurement records. If a cost was incurred that was subject to procurement, it has to have been properly procured. Otherwise, it is not an eligible expense. And then you obviously need the receipts or invoices showing, hey, we got charged for this purchase. And then, yes, we in fact paid. We paid for it, right? Okay, and then with a consultant invoice, what types of records would you need to keep there? Yes, scope and contract. Yes, timesheets or, you know, hours per task, right? Anything else? We'll look. It's kind of the most complicated one. Everything. So again, a consultant was procured, so the whole procurement, yes, the contract and the purchase orders, the actual consultant's invoice and their supporting documents, whether it's timesheets or other expenditures, eligible expenditures, and then again, proof that you made that payment, you paid the invoice. Okay, does anybody have any questions on supporting documentation overall? Okay, just make sure everything's documented. That's really the takeaway there. Okay, cost principles. Where is, okay. So cost principles refer to necessary, reasonable, allowable, and allocable. And I'm gonna kind of go through these a little bit quicker than I have because the next training is solely focused on that. So costs have to be necessary, reasonable, allowable, allocable. They have to be all four, every single cost. So what is cost allowability? Cost allowability happens to also include necessary and reasonable, and this is in 2 CFR 200. But a cost is allowable if it's necessary, reasonable, adequately documented, and allows for a comparison of expenditures with budget amounts for each federal award. So that's one test for allowability. Costs are allowable, there are consistent with policies and procedures that apply uniformly to costs allocable to both the DR award and other non-DR sources. This is a big one. You cannot treat, you have to treat DR funds like they're your own money, essentially. So you cannot say, hey, well, when it comes to county funds, like, hey, you really need to make sure you're being careful with how we spend that money. But all that free money over there, yeah, who cares? Buy iPads, it doesn't matter. Like, that's not, basically the federal government wants to say, like, you need to be as strict with federal dollars as you are with your own money. So it all needs to follow the same rules. Unless DR is more strict, then of course DR needs to be applied. Costs are accorded consistent treatment. A cost may not be assigned to the DR award as a direct cost if any other cost incurred for the same purpose and in like circumstances has been allocated to the DR award as an indirect cost. Has everybody heard of direct versus indirect costs? We'll go into this in detail, I think, in the next one as well. You know, a direct cost is, I spent 1 hour today at this training. That is a direct cost. It's easily directly tracked. An indirect cost is, you know, my accounting department spent 1 hour processing all of my expenditures today. Because accounting doesn't keep records like that, right? So they support the entire county government, for example, and not just this particular award. So we'll talk about direct versus indirect. But what this is basically saying is you can't pick and choose when a cost is direct or indirect. It either is always direct or always indirect, but not both, or whatever's convenient. Conform to the limitations or exclusions set forth in the subrecipient agreement, including the types and amounts of costs. So again, the subrecipient agreement will spell out not only the total budget, but also you have to submit a more detailed budget. I think you all have gone through this so far, maybe, in approval of your SRA. So this is how much for personnel, this is how much for consultants, this is how much for whatever. So the cost is not allowable if it's not spelled out in the agreement as within that budgeted amount and that type of cost. So this is all about allowability. Costs are considered necessary if they are essential to ensure proper and efficient performance and administration of the DR award. So the iPad example. We're talking about, is a cost necessary? The purchase of iPads using DR funds because they are convenient would not be considered necessary in and of itself, especially if iPads are not used for other similar operations within the agency, okay? So, you know, basically this is just saying they want to make sure that you're not purchasing anything you don't need for this DR award. They don't, you know, hey, we really do need brand new computers, you know, for our day-to-day operations. We got this DR money, let's go ahead and buy them. You really need to make sure that it's necessary for the DR program and not just because you need them, generally speaking. Okay, so now we're going to look at reasonable. Is a cost reasonable? It's referred to as this 4-part test. A cost is reasonable if these 4 parts are met. And then I think we don't. Oh, it's in the next one. The cost is recognized as ordinary and necessary for the operation of the organization and or the CDBG-DR program or project. So again, ordinary and necessary. This is something you would ordinarily buy for this purpose, and yes, you do in fact need it. That's a reasonable expenditure. The cost is in accordance with the market prices for comparable goods or services as evidenced by cost estimates and documentation. So this really gets at procurement, the ICE. Did you shop around, you know, in order to get the best bargain? That's a reasonable cost. You've done some due diligence. The individuals responsible for incurring the cost acted with prudence and for the benefit of the organization and its activities. So again, you're like doing your best to make sure that you're, you know, spending money, you know, prudently, like you'd spend your own money. in your own, my own money. The cost has been incurred using the established practices of the organization in accordance with the terms and conditions of the award. So it's being done in accordance with written down policies and procedures. Okay, so that's necessary, reasonable, and allowable, and now we're gonna get into allocable. Allocability is, a cost is allocable. You can allocate the cost to the DR award. If it's incurred specifically for the DR award, that's like a direct cost. If it benefits both the DR award and other work and can be distributed in proportions that may be approximated using reasonable methods. So again, this kind of gets into indirect costs where it's not clearly a direct, but you can use a method to distribute those costs, most often through indirect costs like cost allocation. We'll talk about that later. And is necessary for the overall operation of the subrecipient and is assignable in part to the DR award. So one way or another, you have any cost that you want to charge has to be shown to be allocable to the award. So, I mean, I don't know. If you were, downtown today for 2 events, this event and another event, and you wanted to charge your mileage reimbursement, the fair way to do that would be to say, I attended 2 events, my trip was 50 miles round trip, so I'm gonna allocate those costs 50% to each. So I'm gonna use the second test here, which is that proportional method, right? That's the fair way to do it, and that's what would be expected. Instead of saying, well, the first one was for my county government general fund, and this one was for the DR award, and they don't really need to know I did that county event, so I'm gonna just charge 100% to the DR award. How would we know? I don't know. But that's kind of what this is getting at. Okay, so direct costs, and we talked about this and we're gonna talk about them again. Direct costs are the costs incurred specifically for the DR award and are not otherwise treated as indirect costs. So examples, payroll costs incurred to administer the DR award, supported by timesheets and payroll records detailing the date and time the employee worked on the award. It's the clearest example of a direct cost is payroll and timesheet. Costs incurred by consultants performing services for the DR award, supported by contracts, invoices, and proof of services, similar thing. And then the purchase of supplies and materials used for the DR award, including their invoices and receipts. So again, these are all things that it's a tangible thing, and you can show. They say you can draw a string. It was clearly for this only purpose. Indirect costs are incurred for a common or joint purpose, benefiting more than just the CDBG DR award and are not readily assignable to the DR award without first determining the amount that can be reasonably charged to the DR award. So it's kind of a mouthful, and again, we'll talk about this in the next one, but rent and utility costs, it's really hard. You can never just say, our rent was $10,000 for our county billing or whatever. And so therefore, how do you determine how much is allocable to the DR award? You can't just say there was a direct cost for that, because the DR operations are just one of many operations that go into that 10,000. And so you have to come up with a methodology or a method of distributing that cost fairly, and that's what indirect cost plans do. Same for accounting and administrative staff, auditing costs, computers and software, although computers and software can be direct or indirect, depending on the use of that particular piece of equipment. Nonetheless, an indirect cost, if allowed to be charged, is anything that's not direct. Okay? So how do you determine indirect costs? There are 3 methods. Either 10% de minimis, which is like the really easy one, a negotiated indirect cost rate, or cost allocation plan. Is anybody here not charging indirect costs? You're not? Okay. Do you know you can?
We're exploring that.
So everybody else is? Is anybody using a method other than the de minimis? if we go into these. Okay, so we'll go into them later, of course. So if you want to charge an indirect cost, so if you cannot provide a timesheet or that shows that there's a one-for-one or an invoice or those other direct costs that we listed, if you want to charge like, hey, we have to pay for our county building, or we have to pay for our admin staff or our HR staff or our accounting staff, or whatever indirect cost that supports your organization and is necessary for you to perform the services in the subrecipient agreement, you can charge those, but you have to first identify what your indirect cost method is and put that in the subrecipient agreement, submit the documentation necessary. And we'll go over these again in the next training, but de minimis just basically says you can just charge a flat 10% on certain eligible all of direct costs. In most indirect, and we'll talk about which aren't allowed. So if you are going to charge, hey, we spent $10,000 this month on direct costs, then you can charge ADECA $11,000, because there's just an assumption that that 10% is going to cover all your other overhead. Make sense? So you should do it if you need it. And then the other two are more complicated. They're really trying to establish, based off certain criteria, what that percentage should actually be. Maybe it's less than 10%, maybe it's more than 10%. How to calculate indirect costs, and this is oftentimes can be confusing to folks. An indirect cost is, you have to have a direct cost first. Then you multiply that by your indirect cost rate, whether it's 10% or another, and that's how you get your indirect costs. So oftentimes folks will think, okay, my contract is for $1 million. I'm allowed to get 10% for indirect costs, so therefore I have 100,000 for indirect and 900,000 for direct. That's at the end, that may be how it works out, but in reality, you actually have to charge 900,000 worth of direct costs in order to get a 10% plus up, which happens to be 90,000, right? And that's how. And then so now you're at 990 out of $100,000. So it's not actually as simple as it might seem. There's also certain costs that are not eligible as a multiplier of the direct cost, and we'll talk about that later. So not every direct cost you incur is eligible to get that 10% plus up. So we're going to do a little test here on how to determine a reimbursable amount. So if you had payroll costs in the amount of $2,000, and those are direct costs, and your indirect cost rate is 10%, then what is your indirect cost amount? $200, right? And then, so therefore your total reimbursement would be $2,200 in this instance. Okay, again, we will talk about this later, but so far, does anybody have any questions on direct versus indirect costs? Almost all costs are direct, and indirect is really just applying that percentage if you got it pre-approved and applying it properly. All right, budgeting. I don't know how far we are into this. We've got done with the first four. These should probably go more quick. Okay, budgeting at all levels. So budgets are important, and it goes even above this. I mean, Congress appropriates funds to HUD. HUD then determines how much it's going to allocate to all the different grantees. HUD then enters into a grant agreement with ADECA that awards this much money. ADECA then creates multiple budgets by program or method of distribution in its CDBG-DR action plan. So that's how it determines how much went to Baldwin versus Mobile City County. So this is something you guys don't have to actually get into, but you will be reporting for ADECA. But then in it's called the Disaster Recovery Grant Reporting System, ADECA has to set up budgets in a certain way and meeting certain criteria in accordance with the actual CDBG-DR action plan and for other purposes. So there are budgets there. And then ADECA has its own operating budget. And then you all have your subrecipient agreement budgets. And then you have your all subrecipient operating budgets, okay? And then, I mean, even beneath that, then you have contract budgets. There are budgets everywhere, and you have to have all of them, and they all need to be, they're all meant to not spend more than you're supposed to, right? You're supposed to have proper accounting controls in place. The subrecipient agreement budget. A budget is the financial plan for the DR project or program described in the subrecipient agreement. So basically the budget, there's two budgets in the subrecipient agreement. The subrecipient agreement will contain a single budget table with line item budgets for direct costs and indirect costs. So it'll say how much for staff, supplies, loans, whatever the other eligible activities are. Subrecipients must also then submit a more detailed budget table outside of the subrecipient agreement, and we have a template for that. That goes into a little bit more detail on those higher level line items. Subrecipients will be required to track expenditures through the life cycle of the grant to ensure costs do not exceed those established budgets. And then budgets can be adjusted up to 10% per line item with written consent by ADECA without having to actually formally amend the subrecipient agreement. So just keep that in mind. You know, you'll have some leeway within 10%. And then if it needs to go above that, then you want to consult with your grant manager and ADECA just period on any variation from the budget. But if one particular line item needs to be adjusted more than 10%, which it happens, it's okay if it's okay with ADECA, you'll have to just amend the agreement. Okay, so your operating budget, this is your annual operating budget. I won't go too much into this, but an operating budget includes budget categories such as salaries and personnel costs, professional services, supplies, utilities, rent, other operating expenditures, basically every year your agency or your local government will say, these are our expenses for the year, and these are the, how much this is our revenue and these are our expenditures, this is where we're gonna get our money, and this is how we're gonna spend our money, and for what purpose. So it's basically just incorporating the DR award, into your budget for that fiscal year, and every fiscal year through the life of the subrecipient agreement. So that was just a quick thing on budgets. I think budgets are in the third training today. Okay, invoicing. Subrecipients will be reimbursed within 30 days of receipt of an invoice and adequate supporting documentation. So you'll submit and I think we talked about this, the submittal process, but you'll submit an invoice to ADECA, and it needs to have the proper adequate supporting documentation. And once it's determined that if in fact that first submittal did have all the proper supporting documentation, then you'll get paid within 30 days. Cash advances, if it didn't have all the proper supporting documentation, you're gonna have to go back and forth until all that documentation is actually submitted. I said cash advances are considered on a case-by-case basis, so if you have a large expenditure that you can't wait 30 days, you can work with ADECA on that. All costs must be incurred and accounted for in accordance with 2 CFR 200, subrecipient ADECA policies and procedures, and the subrecipient agreement. Again, this is just saying that when you're gonna submit a cost, it needs to be well documented to show compliance. And that's again at the bottom, all costs must be supported by adequate supporting documentation. And we talked about the different examples of what that looks like. So this is kind of like an overview of the invoicing process, pretty simple. You incur the cost, or in some cases, if you need it in advance, you accrue the cost. You submit the invoice to ADECA, ADECA reviews and approves it, and then your payment is issued. So this is kind of like an invoice checklist. Some of the things you should be asking yourself before submitting a cost to ADECA for reimbursement. Is the cost allowable? And is there sufficient budget remaining for the cost in the subrecipient agreement budget, right? So if you only have $1 million for salaries and expenses, and you've spent 950 of it, and you've got a $60,000, personnel cost invoice you need to submit, paid, that's gonna go over budget, right? So you don't wanna wait until ADECA tells you, oh, hey, you've gone over budget here, what you'll want to say is, hey, ADECA, we're going to be going over budget. We're going to have to use some of that 10% authority, to amend this, and then we'll submit that expense. Is the cost support, and by the way, the 10% means I'm taking some money from another budget line item to give to this line item. It's not plussing them all up by 10%, right? Is the cost supported by adequate supporting documentation, including timesheets, invoices? Were costs properly procured? Were costs processed and approved in accordance with local policies and procedures? So was it, marked up like I was saying earlier? Was the cost properly accounted for in your local accounting records? And do costs and their amounts align with progress towards completion? So that's another thing too, especially with your contractors, is you want to make sure that if they're charging you a bunch of money, they're actually keeping up with what they're supposed to be doing, right? You don't want you don't want to pay them a bunch and then they go, oh, we're only really 10% done, but you paid us 80%. Can you give us an amendment? So you want to just make sure that what they're doing and what you're doing is kind of keeping in line with your performance. I mean, I think an example at your level would be, you don't want to spend a bunch of money administering and delivering these programs, but at the end of the day, homes aren't getting built or jobs aren't being created or, whatever it may be. So there's going to always be a progress report that is coming in with your invoices as well. Timely expenditure of funds, this is a requirement. ADECA and its subrecipients must expend all DR funds within 6 years of executing the grant agreement with HUD. So ADECA signed a grant agreement with HUD, I think, about a year ago, or less than a year? Yeah, about a year ago. So there's 5 years left to expend, ADECA to spend all the money. And then you all, I think, have 3-year agreements. And the reason why it's 3 years is because there's only 5 years total. And if you don't spend all your money within 3 years, there needs to be some time left over to reallocate that money or give you an extension or whatever it may be. So as hard as it is, with all the rules and requirements there is, and the delays that are just natural federal funding, you also just have to spend it really quickly once you can, right? There is ways to request, at your level, you don't have to worry so much about what ADECA needs to do with HUD in order to meet its expenditure requirement, but you do need to be cognizant of why there's an expenditure requirement placed on you, and the fact that unless ADECA can negotiate with HUD to get an expenditure deadline extension, if HUD says no, and you didn't spend all your money, then the state can lose that money permanently. Now, it's rare that happens, but that is not what we want to see happen. We want the state of Alabama to get all of its money, right? And so therefore, we have to meet this expenditure deadline. And this comes from Congress. ADECA must report progress toward expenditure projections on a quarterly basis. So HUD takes this seriously, so they want ADECA to constantly show HUD, hey, we've spent this much this quarter, and look, we're on track. And so that's why we, your expenditures need to come in as they're incurred, right? So we want you to request reimbursement and report your full expenditures and get that money spent, and we can report it up. Subrecipients must expend all DR funds within the period of performance of the subrecipient agreement, so we talked about that. Subrecipient that cannot expend all funds may have their funds recaptured. So there's going to be, during the next 3 years, you're going to be working with your grant managers in ADECA on a regular basis. So everybody will know 3 months in, 6 months in, 9 months in, how you're doing with expenditures. So it's not like we get to the last month and we're like, oh, wow, you only spent 40%? We got a problem here, right? There's going to be plenty of opportunities along the way to look at expenditures by category. Is it your housing program that's not doing well? Is it your non-housing? Where is this shortfall coming in? why? Is it a capacity issue? Is it hung up environmental? Is it, why is the money not being spent, and what can we do to speed that along? Nobody wants to take, HUD, I worked at HUD. HUD does not want to take the money away, ever. And ADECA doesn't want to take the money away either. The money is here to be spent. Okay, program income. Have you all heard of program income? I'm trying to think of, do we think that program income will be generated? So program income is income generated from the use of DR funds, okay? So program income, you spent money, you spent DR money, you got reimbursed from ADECA, so that expense has been paid for. There's, that zeroes out. But then now your CDBG DR investment is generating income. And so that's program income. So if you were to sell a piece of property, for example, let's say you bought a piece of property and ultimately ended up selling it for whatever reason, that would then be program income, right? If you purchased equipment and then no longer needed it and sold it, then that would be income as well. Gross income from rental property as well, less the cost incidental to the generation. So if you build low-income housing, for example, an apartment building, and they're collecting rent, then you may end up in an instance where rent minus the actual cost of maintaining that building, which oftentimes in low-income housing, you're not generating any income. But say you do, that would be treated as program income as well. Basically, if money ever gets created from your DR investment, then you have to determine whether or not that's program income. And it's not something you just go like, oh, hey, look, we got some extra money, like let's go to Cancun, right? You actually have to say, hey, guess what, ADECA, we generated some money here. What do we do with it? And the answer is you have to discount or your grant fund expenditure. So you would have to, if you had an invoice for $10,000 next month, but you generated $1,000 in program income, you would basically show ADECA, we spent $10,000, we're going to keep the $1,000 program income cash on hand, so we're only going to ask for $9,000 from you. That's kind of how it would work. We will revisit this topic if and when program income is expected to be generated, because the other way, I think now that I'm saying that, is ADECA may just require you to remit it. Yeah, okay. So if you ever generate program income, don't do what I just said. You just have to send a check, just send it to ADECA, and ADECA will decide what to do with it, okay? Here, oh yeah, look at, if I would have clicked to the next slide. We don't think we're going to get any program income. You may, if you think or do, work with ADECA. But if you do generate it, send it to ADECA. Don't spend it. Okay, we're almost done, and then we'll take a break. So this is just quick, the difference between supplies and equipment. It's based off of a dollar threshold. Supplies are assets acquired with DR funds that have a value of less than $500 per unit. So so paper, ink, pencils, papers, markers, envelopes, stamps. If you went and bought all of these things and it added up to $510, that doesn't suddenly convert it to equipment. All of these individual items, it's per item. So one stack of paper is only $10, right? It doesn't matter if you buy 1,000 stacks of paper, it's still a supply. Equipment is things that are assets that are with a value of $500 or more, again, per unit. And the difference is equipment has to be capitalized in inventory. So if you buy paper, like ADECA's not going to come by and be like, all right, so there's 500 pieces of paper, right? Show us where that paper is. But if you buy a printer or a computer, or if you're doing business development and they're buying just if you buy a piece of equipment, and it's held by you, it's not held by a beneficiary, it needs to be inventoried and capitalized. So basically, you have to have a record of it. You can write down the depreciation, and eventually, after a certain amount of time, then you can liquidate the asset. Single audits. So, have all of you undergone a single, probably not, maybe a LSA. Who hasn't gone through a single audit? Yeah, yeah. Which is fine.
Just in general, not for DR.
Yeah, just in general. Yeah, yeah. Okay, so if a subrecipient expends more than $750,000 or $750 or more during its fiscal year, you must undergo a single audit. Now, this threshold is not just DR funds, but it's all federal funds. So if you get, $500,000 a year in entitlement funding and $200,000 from ADECA and another $100,000 from whatever, then that's going to trigger. And it's not the awarded amount; it's did you spend that much? In a certain fiscal year, you have to do what's called a single audit. And what it is it's just hiring an auditor to come in and do a third-party evaluation of your financial records. The single audit will focus on financial statements, internal controls, and compliance with the requirements of the DR award. I remember when I was first a consultant, when I was first starting out, and I was working for a city, and a single auditor came in and they were asking me all these questions. And I didn't know better. But I was like, don't you know the answers to these questions? Like, you're an auditor. And they're like, yeah, we're asking you because we want to see if you know. And I was like, oh, okay. So that's what they're there for. Subrecipients must provide the results of single audits to ADECA during either capacity assessment or during monitoring events, for example, right? So these single audits need to happen. You need to correct any deficiencies if they're identified. And from time to time, ADECA may request to see them, most likely during a monitoring event. And ADECA wants to look at them just to make sure that you're complying with. It's another test, if you will, on everything financial and otherwise. That's it. Any questions? Okay. You guys are all now certified public accountants. Just kidding, I wish. I'm not. It's 1:45. How long did I take? I don't even know. About an hour? Is that right? Or hour 15? Oops. Okay. Do you guys want to take a 5-minute break or, 15-minute break? How long do you guys want? People have to go to the bathroom usually after lunch. All right, we'll take a 5-minute break if you all don't mind. 5, 10, when we get critical mass. Actually, I might go get a coffee. There's water, there's candy, there's chips. Yeah. It's so funny.
Well, oh, yeah.
My cousin sent me just like a meme because I'm a Leo.
Right.
And so it says, Leos, when they have to end, a relationship with a toxic person, it's this kid with a gun just tearing himself apart. that's kind of fun that somebody thinks I have an accent.
Exactly weird. I just couldn't pick it up. Like usually somebody from Louisiana, I can pick it up. If they're from like New Jersey, I can pick it up.
Yeah. Oh, wow. So these are going to be quicker because we went over a lot of it already.
Yeah, okay.
So I would say, you know, maybe an hour and 15 for both of them.
Okay, good.
Yeah. So that'll take us to maybe 2:15, 2:30 max. We're still going to end way early.
Way early,
Yeah.
even though we're adding on.
I know. We can't.
I mean, we overestimated. We tried to overestimate just in case.
Yeah, well,
I think, you know, we haven't had any questions for you. So we tried to, you know, build in enough time for questions, build in enough time for like, some of these things to run longer.
Oh, wait. Two. Alrighty, folks. We're just about at 2 o'clock. We're still aiming to get done, I think, at 4, which I think is totally doable. We've got 3 trainings left, that 102 and 103. And again, you're going to start to see a lot of topics. Everything that we're going to talk about from here on out, we just talked about. We're just going to dive a little deeper, okay? And then the final training will be Michael on duplication of benefits. Yep. Alrighty, so let's get going. This particular training, the next 30, 40 minutes, is going to be all about cost principles. So just these 4 topics: necessary, reasonable, allowable, and allocable. And allocable is where we talk about direct versus indirect costs. Okay? Again, these come all straight from 2 CFR 200 subpart E. So you can just like literally go to that section and see if I'm lying. No. Make sure I'm telling the correct thing. But this all comes straight out of 2 CFR 200. Okay, so first, necessary and reasonable. Again, we talked about this. Costs are considered necessary if they are essential to ensure proper and efficient performance. An example, the purchase of iPads, right? We talked about this. You can't just purchase them because you want them. There has to be something about an iPad versus another, even tablet, that requires or necessitates that. I mean, we know iPads are more expensive. That's why I'm using this as an example. Is it really necessary to have that iPad? Do you even need a tablet at all, right? So that's really what this necessary is getting at. Do we need it, yes or no? Reasonable. Costs are considered reasonable if they pass that 4-part test. They do not exceed that which would be incurred by a prudent person under the circumstances prevailing at the time the decision was made. So this was the example I just kind of alluded to. The purchase of iPads would not be considered reasonable if other less expensive tablets can perform the same tasks or serve the same purpose. So I guess, you know, it's just looking at, do you need it, and is it a reasonable cost, right? Kind of simple, straightforward. And procurement usually gets you through the reasonable test. But we remember this little grid here, the 4-part test. So this time we're going to dive a little deeper into each of them. So the first one was a cost is reasonable if it passed this 4-part test. The cost is recognized as ordinary and necessary for the operation of the the organization and or the project or program. A cost is ordinary if it would be incurred for the same purpose using other funds. So again, we're not saying, oh, well, these are DR funds, let's treat these costs differently. And a cost is necessary if the DR award cannot be effectively implemented without it. So you're really looking at, do we really need it? And the answer is yes. I mean, you could ask yourself, and this is a silly example, but do we need a calculator? Well, no, we could do all of our math by hand, right? Well, that would be much more expensive than just purchasing the calculator. So, but that's just, a silly example of how when you're looking at necessary and reasonable, you're weighing these types of pros and cons. Do we need a tablet? Well, yeah, if the inspector had a tablet, he wouldn't have to put it all down on paper and then come back to the office and enter it into the computer, right? It would be much easier and cost efficient if you just did all the work right there. Okay, again, reasonable. The individual is responsible for incurring the cost, acted with prudence. What does prudence mean? The prudence means the ability to govern and discipline oneself by the use of reason, skill and good judgment in the use of resources, and caution or circumspection as to danger or risk. So basically it's saying, like, are you acting in good faith? Are you, is this how you would spend your own money, right? Well, sometimes we want nice things, but the bottom line is, did we really need this or that? I mean, are you acting with care, right? Or are you just doing whatever? The cost is in accordance with market prices for comparable goods or services as evidenced by cost estimates. So how do we accomplish this part of the 4-part test? Adhering to our procurement standards, following it properly, and then performing independent cost estimates and a cost or price analysis. So we're shopping the market, we're looking for the best deal, whether that's goods or services. The final part for cost reasonableness, The cost has been incurred using the established practices of the organization in accordance with the subrecipient agreement. So, did we adhere to our own local established policies and procedures? Did we adhere to the requirements of ADECA and the Grant Administration Manual? And this is still, this hasn't been, I don't think, published yet, but eventually, ADECA has what's called the Grant Administration Manual. It'll be available online, and it kind of goes over all of the rules, kind of high-level policies, if you will, that apply to not only ADECA, but subrecipients. But they're, so like procurement requirements, for example. But for now, I do know what's already out there is the subrecipient manual and the subrecipient FAQ. So it'll be a resource of that nature. And then, so anyway, did we, was this cost incurred, you know, within these rules and regs? And then, of course, your subrecipient agreement. That's one part of the reasonable test as well. And it's, you know, anyway, why it's part of this reasonable test is because, you know, it's really referring to all of 2 CFR 200, but also, you know, so it's getting at, you know, cost principles kind of circularly, but it's also referring to all rules and regulations, which are all meant to, you know, be prudent and reasonable, if you think about it. All right, so is it necessary to purchase new computers using DR funds for newly hired staff to work on the DR award? Is this I guess this is a yes, no, or true or false? You know, it depends, right? If your agency does not have adequate and available computers for the new DR staff, and they need a computer, which who doesn't, then yeah, you might need to also purchase them a computer, right? And if that's allowable in your subrecipient agreement and there's a budget for that, then you can purchase the computer so long as you go through the 4-part test, you know, and make sure that, yes, it's a reasonably priced computer, it's the same computer that everybody else is using, if in fact that's, you know, it needs that level. It's allowed in the subrecipient agreement and budget, and it's allocable. You can say, yes, this computer is used by this staff person for this purpose. And it's, you know, the CDBG-DR purpose. So, but just buying new computers because your computers are old and you needed them anyway, you know, you just want to be careful with equipment, basically. Okay, so we just did necessary and reasonable. Now we have allowable and then allocable. So everything we're talking about now is in the theme of allowability. Costs have to be allowable in the subrecipient agreement in Part 200, in Part 570, so 24 CFR 570 is the just regular CDBG program regulations. The applicable Federal Register notices, so those are those that, you know, turn CDBG regular program into DR, and all other federal, state, and local laws, regulations, and requirements. So a cost is only allowable if it's allowable in all of these instances. Line item budgets by allowable cost. So the subrecipient agreement, again, we talked about this. Your subrecipient agreement should clearly state, have budgets that are for salaries and fringe benefits, like, you know, medical leave, things like that. Your consultant and contractors, operating costs, which are typically indirect costs, travel costs. Those 4 on the left are all in the detailed budget template. Have you all filled that out? Okay. And then on the right, you have also different type of cost classification, if you will. So you've got project costs. A project cost is, we issued a $50,000 economic development loan, or we spent $1 million to build new affordable housing, or we spent, you know, it's the actual cost of the project itself, and you can really, it's like that direct amount that went to the project or a beneficiary. An activity delivery cost is the cost it took to actually get the job done. All of your costs, your staff costs, are activity delivery costs. So reviewing applicants for eligibility, performing your environmental reviews, the time it's spent to procure. These are all what are called activity delivery costs. It's like the cost of doing business, if you will. Another cost that's not listed on here but is treated separately is planning costs. And we're all in the kind of planning phase right now. So those are all like exclusively planning. Why I kind of hesitated on project costs is planning is a little unique because the project is the plan, and so it is a project cost, but it's also almost all of it is activity delivery cost, right? Because it's either you or the consultant doing it, so it kind of gets gray area. We probably should just add planning as its own separate cost here. But anyway, planning is kind of a special category. And then there's indirect costs, which we talked about, direct versus indirect. So any one of the costs, on the left could be direct or indirect, theoretically. But nonetheless, these are not all necessarily like one for one. It's not as if these things don't overlap, is what I'm trying to say. But your subrecipient agreement, I believe, has, I'd have to go back and look at this actually. We probably want to revisit this slide just to make sure it's clearly distinguishing between what's in the detailed budget versus the subrecipient agreement budget. But nonetheless, though, you're going to have budgets for all these categories. So I want to look at cost types here. We talked about, again, those project costs or hard costs, activity delivery costs, planning costs, and administration costs. So again, these are, we're going to get into these. We need to, sorry, I'm just kind of realizing that these two are a little inconsistent with one another and they could be a little bit more cleaned up for clarity. But all right, select items of cost. 2 CFR 200 actually has really good guidance on allowable and inallowable costs, and they're called select items of cost. Here's the citation here. Not only does it say, is this allowable or unallowable, but it also does provide guidance on how you have to document it, or how it becomes allowable versus unallowable. So there might be certain, conditions. So things that are clearly allowable are things like staff compensation, fringe benefits, supplies and materials, professional services. So we know these things. Unallowable alcohol, or it's just unallowable period. Cost to solicit donations, entertainment costs, and cost of fundraising. These are all just examples of things that are just clearly unallowable costs. So you can take a look at that. Again, in the realm of allowability, is a cost allowable? We get back to afforded consistent treatment. And this gets, I know it's kind of, some of these start to kind of get mixed up, but a cost may not be assigned to the CDBG award as a direct cost if any other cost incurred for the same purpose in like circumstances has been allocated as an indirect cost. So although allocability deals with direct and indirect costs, a cost is not allowable if you allocated it improperly, is what this is trying to say. So you're not allowed to improperly allocate. So a subrecipient cannot request reimbursement for the time spent by accounting staff to process DR expenses if accounting staff costs are included in their indirect cost rate. So let's say you're saying you're charging 10% de minimis, right? So you submit costs and it says, okay, we spent $10,000 on this contract or the subrecipient agreement this month for staff salaries, and so we're going to ask for 10,000 plus 10%, so 11,000. And then ADECA gets it and starts reviewing it, and we see, we've got $1,000 in payroll costs, timesheets from accounting and HR staff. Those are indirect costs. That's what that 10% is there for. And so you would not charge them as direct and indirect, because then you're kind of double dipping, right? So what this is basically saying is, if you're going to charge 10% or indirect costs, you cannot charge the staff salaries for those personnel that are indirect costs as direct costs as well. And so that way you're getting them as both direct and indirect. Has to be one or the other. So we already saw this and we won't go through it again, but a cost is only allowable if it's adequately documented, right? So nothing is allowable if it's not properly documented. This is just some other things in terms of whether or not it's unallowable. So 2 CFR 200, this is an example of, hold on, let me see. Yeah, okay, this is an example where you have to pay attention to when regulations contradict one another. So 2 CFR 200, and it's not often, but here's an example. 2 CFR 200 states that costs cannot be included as a cost or used to meet cost sharing or matching requirements of any other federal finance program. So it just says period, you cannot do that. And then 306B goes on to say, states that fund, 2 CFR 306 states that funds awarded by the federal government under one federal award may be used to match for another federal award if the federal program allows. So it's kind of clarifying itself. So then you have to go to the HCD Act, and it says, it does allow payments of the non-federal share required in connection with the federal grant aid or program. You finally get to the allocation notice, and it says, yes, you can use CDBG-DR funds as match for eligible activities funded by either FEMA or U.S. Army Corps of Engineers. So, sorry to do this to you, but allowability, if you read it here in 2 CFR 200, you may say, oh, I cannot do this. But then you get to, HUD CDBG-DR land, and in fact you can. So you just want to make sure, if you have a question about allowability, you can ask us for help. There's also certain spending caps, so you are not allowed ADECA is not allowed to spend more than 5% of the grant on administrative costs, or 15% more. You cannot spend. This is all at the ADECA level, okay? Your subrecipient agreements will identify your obligations to these caps. So that's, ADECA already did the math on this, but a cost is not allowed to exceed the admin, planning, and public service caps. It's also, ADECA is required to spend 80% of its entire award in most impacted and distressed areas. And then only 20% can go to what the state designates as most impacted and distressed areas. So again, there's expenditures are not allowed to be more than 20%. And then finally, ADECA must spend 70% of its award for the benefit of low and moderate income people and households. And so again, they're not allowed to spend more than 30% on non-LMI households. So again, just there's a different way of looking at whether or not a cost is allowed. Once you hit these percent thresholds, every cost is not allowed to be charged to it, even if it's eligible for every other purpose. It's just not allowed to exceed that cap. We haven't talked about this yet. Total allowable costs. This is just getting pretty jargony. This comes straight out of 2 CFR 200. But an total allowable cost is the allowable direct and indirect costs less any applicable credits equals the total allowable cost. I don't know if we have an example. Yeah. Again, this also does include program income, but as we know, program income must be returned to ADECA. So it's not included in your total allowable cost calculation. But an applicable credit is receipts or reductions of, that offset or reduce expenses allowed or allocable to the award. So if, for example, you purchase a new computer and, I don't know, if you buy 3 computers, Dell gives you a $500 rebate, right? So the cost to purchase all 3 computers was $5,000, and then 6 weeks later, you get the rebate for $500. So the total net cost was $45. And so what it's saying is the total allowable cost is $4,500. So you don't charge ADECA $5,000 and keep the $500. you charge ADECA $4,500 because you got a credit. You may also get the discount right there at the, when you purchase. So purchase discounts, rebates, recoveries from losses, insurance refunds, and then, adjustments and overpayments. This last one is, it happens from time to time that you make a billing error and you submit a reimbursement request to ADECA, which appears to be well documented. Let's say, your consultant said they, worked 100 hours that month, and then subsequent to that, they say, oh, sorry, we worked 99 hours, right? So you got charged an extra $100 you shouldn't have, and you sent that to ADECA, and ADECA paid for it. So you're like, hey, ADECA, sorry, we're $100 over. Well, your next invoice, instead of like, oh, you're gonna have to send us a check for that $100, blah, 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 you can just say, hey, we're gonna deduct that from our next invoice. So our next invoice is gonna be $100 less than it should be. And so you'll just wanna document all of that. So this is the example I gave with the computer. In this, it's using a air conditioner. So again, if it's cost $24,000 and you get a rebate either immediately or after the fact, the amount that's the actual request for reimbursement to ADECA should be, in this case, $22,000. We talked about program income, so we're not going to get too much into it. Proceeds from the disposition by sale or long-term lease of real property purchased or improved for with CDBG-DR funds. We talked about this when you sell something. The same thing if you sell equipment purchased with DR funds. The third one is the same, the use or rental of real or personal property, less costs incidental. And then this final one, I think, is the new one. CDBG, gross income from the use or rental of real property owned by the subrecipient that was constructed or improved with DR funds, less cost incidental. If we think we're going to generate program income, we should get into that, on a case-by-case basis. Again, though, I think we're talking in the realm of, we should probably just remove that program income slide. The reason why program income is here is because it is part of the total allowable costs calculation. So we're gonna remove it, just ignore it, since you're remitting your program income. Okay. How can subrecipients determine whether a cost is allowable? So this is a really broad question. So where would you know whether or not a cost, where does it say in a reg? We'll just find the answer. Right here. So the subrecipient agreement will tell you whether or not a cost is allowable. Your grant manager will answer the question. 2 CFR 200 clearly states what's allowable. The grant managers, somebody asked that? So, who is LSA's grant manager? No. Is that who you were asking? I'm sorry, I thought you were asking who's my grant manager. Oh, internal. Okay. I'm like, somebody doesn't know? That's a problem. Sorry. 2 CFR 200 has allowable and unallowable cost, as does Part 570 and the Federal Register Notice. So again, it's just reminding us what's allowable. Okay. Final part of the 4-part test is allocability. So we've seen this before. This is like the 3, it's allocable, have a cost, where do I charge it to is what this is saying. So if it's a direct cost like payroll costs, then if it's incurred specifically for the DR award, you can allocate it to the DR award. If it benefits, that proportion test, the example I gave was the mileage when you're returning two events. So if you can proportionally distribute that cost, then that's how you would allocate that particular cost. And then the third one is necessary for the overall operation of the subrecipient is assignable in part. So this kind of gets to that overall indirect cost allocation method. So you're having to look at the cost and ask yourself, how do I allocate this cost? Is it a 1-for-1? Is it a 2-for-1? Is it a, one to many? Okay, well, how do we classify a cost as either direct or indirect? There is no universal rule for classifying certain costs as either direct or indirect. So you really do have to look at how your organization operates. A cost may be direct with respect to some specific service or function, but indirect with respect to the federal award. And so I'm trying to think of an example like, I don't know. Cost may be direct with respect to some. I think what it's trying to say is that I'm trying to think of a good example, like maybe legal services, where you have your legal staff is, typically providing services agency-wide, but as part of this subrecipient agreement, they are performing very specific legal tasks, let's say. And so therefore, that is a direct charge to the award, and so those particular costs are direct because they're providing that type of service to just the DR award, but otherwise they're an indirect cost based off of the nature of their services. So, it's just basically saying, like, when it comes to every cost, you need to look at what exactly is happening and what is the cost and how you're going to charge it. This should be relatively simple for all of us in the room because the overwhelming majority of our costs are direct, and if we're using the de minimis method, we're going to see it's really easy to identify what's an indirect cost or not. Basically, therefore, it is essential that each item of cost incurred for the same purpose be treated consistently in like circumstances as direct or indirect to avoid double charging. Okay, so what is not allocable? Any cost allocable to a particular federal award, in this case the CDBGDR award, may not be charged to other federal awards. Any cost allocable to another award may not be charged to the DR award to overcome funding deficiencies, to avoid restrictions imposed by federal statutes, regulations, or terms and conditions of other federal awards or for other purposes. So what it's saying is, you can't use DR funds to like plug a hole in another funding stream, until that money gets reimbursed or whatever. And that's why this is all based on a reimbursement basis, so it shouldn't really be a problem. But nonetheless, you have to use the CDBGDR money only for its intended purpose. You can't kind of commingle funds. And that's why they want to see separate accounts and things like that. This prohibition does not preclude the subrecipient from shifting costs that are allowable under 2 or more federal awards in accordance with existing federal. So basically, if you have a cost and it can be charged here or there, then you can supplant the funds. It's interchangeable. But otherwise, you can't just say, oh, hey, we got that reimbursement from DR. Let's go ahead and, or that advance or whatever. Let's go pay this over here, and we'll pay it back later. It's kind of what it's getting to. When you have a cost and you have a revenue stream, and if that cost is allocated to that revenue stream, you have to use the revenue for the cost. Direct costs are those costs incurred specifically for the DR award. So we've already talked about this. Payroll costs, consultant costs, supplies and materials, those are direct costs. We talked about indirect costs, so it's kind of like that general accounting, admin, HR, rent and utilities, auditing costs, computers and software, generally indirect costs. So this is kind of going through, this is an example of what we talked about previously, but looking at direct versus indirect costs. We've talked about this. Staff member A is fully dedicated to DR, so 100% of the time they spent on the program is for DR, and therefore 100% of their time is a direct cost. Staff member B works on DR and another program, and they document their hours spent per grant. So even though they are working on multiple grants and so their costs have to be allocated to multiple grants, that's still a direct cost. You're just having to parse out their time, apply it by their employee cost, and then allocate their, proportional share. But indirect costs are when you have multiple people working on multiple things, and you cannot directly tie a string between an hour, for example, to a particular, what they call cost objective or the DR grant. So indirect costs, the payroll and human resource departments are processing payroll for all county employees. And so there's multiple revenue streams, multiple cost objectives, service centers, et cetera, et cetera. Does everybody understand direct versus indirect? Okay. So now we're going to look at the three methods in a little bit more detail. So you've got three ways that you can recoup indirect costs. You can either use the de minimis rate, a negotiated indirect cost rate, or a cost allocation plan. If you want to charge indirect costs, the subrecipient agreement must require that one of those three methods are followed and documented. Subrecipients must first submit supporting documentation for one of the three methods, except de minimis. There is no documentation requirement there. You just say, hey, we're going to use it. To ADECA and receive written approval prior to requesting reimbursement for indirect costs. So the bottom line is your indirect cost rate and method is a line item in your subrecipient agreement. And so that all should have been in, probably I wasn't involved, but assumedly was verified. Well, I think you're all using de minimis. Nonetheless, it has to be documented and recorded in the subrecipient agreement in order to be used. So the de minimis, the 10% de minimis rate, subrecipients may elect to charge a de minimis rate of 10% of modified total direct costs, which may be used indefinitely. So modified total direct costs. Remember previously we said indirect costs are direct costs times your indirect cost rate gets you your indirect costs. Well, when you use the de minimis method, it's what's referred to as modified total direct costs. So the indirect cost, the de minimis method says only certain direct costs are subject to that 10% plus up. Not every direct cost, but just certain direct costs. States and local governments that receive more than $35 million in direct federal funding may not use the de minimis. So maybe this is the case for Baldwin, I'm not sure. If chosen, this methodology, once elected, must be used consistently for all federal awards. So you can't just say, okay, for DR, we're going to use de minimis, over there, we're not. So if you have an entitlement program, for example, and you're using de minimis there, then you would actually kind of have to use de minimis for all of them. Okay, so modified total direct costs. What does it include and exclude? Modified total direct costs includes all direct salaries and wages and the applicable fringe benefits, supplies and materials that are directly attributable to the award, services, so these are like professional services, consultants, travel, hotels, meals, incidentals, and then up to the first $25,000 of each subrecipient agreement. So only one said they're going to potentially use subrecipients themselves. This isn't referring to you, this is referring to if you're going to have your own sub-tier subrecipient. If you did have one of those and you issued, if that subrecipient agreement was $1 million, you only get 10% of that first $25,000. You don't get 10% of the million as an indirect cost. Excuse me. So what does MTDC exclude? What can you not get that 10% plus upon? You cannot get 10% on if you charge equipment, any capital expenditure, and so these really are your program costs. If you're gonna, how do we say this? Once you get your award, if you're spending the money on multifamily housing, and that's, let's say, a $5 million contract, you don't get 10% of that $5 million as a indirect cost. It's that expenditure, I don't know how to explain it. I should know how to explain it. When it comes to awards and when it comes to actually spending money on a beneficiary or a CDBG-DR funded project, the way to recoup those types of costs in support of that project are activity delivery costs. So activity delivery costs are the time it takes your consultant, your staff time, to do the environmental, to write the contracts, to do the eligibility, all of that stuff. Those are all direct costs, and you can charge that staff time that it takes to actually implement those programs, select those projects, et cetera, et cetera. Those are all activity delivery costs. So that's why you don't get a 10% plus up on those types of costs, because you're getting the 10% plus up on your staff time that it took to administer that program or project, but not 10% on the award itself. Does that make sense? Kinda? I hope so. So what it's saying is the vast majority of the amount of money that you're receiving from ADECA should be going to actual projects or to actual beneficiaries. And so in those cases, you're not getting 10% plussed up on that award. So if you are in fact getting, let's say, $10 million as your total award, and you're going to use the de minimis method, you wouldn't automatically assume, $1 million is going to be indirect. Because in reality, once you start to take into effect modified total direct costs, it may actually only be 200,000. That's actually subject, that's recoupable from the 10%. But that doesn't mean that you're only getting 200,000 to administer the award. There's essentially no cap on your activity delivery costs, which are all those other direct costs that you can charge to actually deliver the program and project. Make sense? So it's just, it's just trying to identify what's direct versus indirect and what's activity delivery. And so all of it kind of gets muddied up, and that's why it can be confusing to understand or even explain. But at the end of the day, if you're just thinking in real terms of how am I going to get reimbursed to actually do this, it's direct costs, activity delivery costs, and indirect costs. We already talked about this. Indirect costs are direct times your indirect cost rate equals your indirect. Since nobody's using these, I'm not going to spend too much time on negotiated indirect cost rates and cost allocation plans. But a negotiated indirect cost rate is a separate indirect cost rate that's usually necessary for each department or agency. So it could just be that your CDBG, your Department of Housing and Community Development is the only agency that's receiving federal awards subject to indirect costs. And so therefore you could determine, we're only going to develop an indirect cost rate for that particular agency. And so you start looking at, all your direct costs and how you need to allocate indirect costs to those different programs. So if you get money from Home, ESG, HOPWA, CDBG, and DR, you've got 5 federal programs all coming to housing and community development. You have a staff of 20 people. You would then look at how you need to divvy up your indirect costs per those 5 different funding sources, is basically what this is saying. So it's not looking at all of the county, it's just looking at one particular unit. Cost allocation plans is when you're looking at the entire county. So most government units, have motor pools, computer centers, purchasing, accounting. These are all central. Could you imagine if everybody had to do all of these things on their own department? Since federally supported awards and performed within individual operating agencies, cost allocation plans provide the process whereby these central service costs can be identified and assigned. So it really is looking in both of those methods. Instead of, the reason why they created de minimis is because this is complicated. Indirect cost plans and cost allocation plans require a CPA. You'd have to hire them to come out and look at all of your expenses and determine who gets their fair share of what for why, and then you have to submit it to the Department of Health and Human Services and get it approved. And trust me, they take forever. And you have to update this annually. I can't remember when 2 CFR 200 came out. I think it was like in 2012, I want to say. But anyway, when 2 CFR 200 came out, they said, you know what, why don't we just allow if you don't want to do all that, we still know you have operating costs, so 10%. So this is the Department of Health and Human Services. It's what's referred to as a cognizant agency. Again, I won't go too much into this, but basically, if you want to charge indirect costs and you don't want to use the de minimis method, then you actually have to prepare one of these and submit it to Health and Human Services in most instances for approval, and then they'll let you know, yeah, it's, you can charge 20% or 22.5% or whatever it is. If you want to spend a little bit of time preparing one of these, the requirements are located in 2 CFR 200. And so it tells you exactly what you need to do. Okay, so let's go back to modified total direct costs. What can you include as a modified total direct cost and what can you not? So in other words, what direct costs can you get a 10% plus up on, and what direct costs can you not?
Services can.
Yes, so professional service agreements and contracts, yes, you can get your 10% plus up.
Salaries.
Yep, salaries and fringe benefits, yes. Travel is yes or no? Is it? I can't remember. Yep, travel is. Yes, sir. So here it is again. Salaries, fringe benefits, supplies and materials, services, travel, all of that you get a 10% plus up on. You do not get the 10% plus up on equipment, actual project costs, rental costs, participant support costs, and then there's this special provision for subrecipient agreements, which only applies to the guy who's walking out the door. Okay. What's an example of a direct cost, and and indirect cost? So what is an example of direct cost? Yes. So yeah, payroll costs. Supplies and materials, yes. Well, let's just look at it. So yeah, payroll costs, consultant contractor costs, supplies and materials. And then indirect costs, rent, utility, accounting, internal audit, software. I think that's it. So, at the end of the day, what we just looked at is what's called cost principles. It's in 2 CFR 200, subpart E. So it's all in that particular section. And we're looking at necessary, reasonable, allowable, allocable. And so, I don't know if it's just because it's after lunch and we're getting towards the end of the day, but sometimes this all just kind of gets, mushy, or it seems like it's kind of saying the same thing but in a different way. At the end of the day, God, how can I? When ADECA comes out and monitors and says, well, this is not allowed for this reason, you can just remember there's like 100 reasons in here why. If you look at it through this lens, that's how it became, a problem, right? So all of this stuff, though, is pretty straightforward for your accounting departments. It shouldn't be an issue. I don't often see folks having an issue with costs in the sense that ADECA is reviewing all this, as it's being processed. So, any questions? All right. Guess what? We have to do this again. So, one more. We are going to look at internal controls and accounting. Just want to look at this real quick. We've talked about a lot of this, so I'm gonna go through this fairly quickly unless you all say I'm going too quick, okay? Okay. Do you all need a break or are we good to go? Oh, candy break? I agree. All right, so we're looking at Financial Management 103, Controls and Accounting. So we're going to look at the general requirements, internal control and separation of duties, accounting systems, accounting records, and single audits. So again, this is just pointing to CFR 200, 24 CFR 570, and then what's referred to as generally accepted accounting principles, or GAAP. So internal controls. Subrecipients must establish and maintain effective internal controls over the DR award that provides reasonable assurances that the subrecipient is managing the DR award in compliance with federal statutes, regulations, and the terms and conditions of the subrecipient agreement. So we know this. There's some resources here. These come straight out of 2 CFR 200. So standards for internal control in federal government issued by the Comptroller General of the United States, and internal control integrated framework issued by the Commission of Sponsoring Organizations of the Treadway Commission. So I've never looked at these, to be honest, but this is what the federal government says, to go and look at if you have to learn a little more about this. Subrecipients must have policies and procedures for expending and accounting for DR funds that ensure DR funds are used in compliance with the applicable statutory and regulatory provisions and the terms and conditions of the subrecipient agreement, only are spent for necessary and reasonable costs, and are not used for general expenses required to carry out other responsibilities of the subrecipient agreement. All right, so here we're going to look at the difference between a policy and a procedure. We always kind of just generally say policies and procedures. Policies are a set of guidelines that comply with federal, state, and local regulations and requirements. So they kind of explain the why, right? This is the policy of our agency, or this is, we only, well, here's the example. DOB calculations will be performed for every DR applicant prior to award in compliance with the Stafford Act and applicable Federal Register notices. So this is saying here is a requirement, right? We have to do this. So that's the policy. The procedure is the how. How are we going to comply with that requirement or policy? So they provide step-by-step instructions and the specific tasks how to comply with the policies. So it's the policy that we will perform these DOB calculations, but it's not enough just to say, yes, we will do it. It's how are you going to do it? Oh, well, the way we're going to do it is person A will collect all of the documentation during the application phase and determine if a duplication of benefits exists. And we're going to go over this topic right after this training. And then person B will review and approve the DOB calculation. So is it clear what is a policy versus what is a procedure? You need both, right? So you have to, when ADECA comes out and says, show us your policies and procedures, we'll want to see, okay, well, what is the policies or the requirements of your local government? How are you doing? And then the procedures is who is doing what and when and why and all that stuff, okay? This comes out of 2 CFR 200. Costs must be determined in accordance with GAAP, unless 2 CFR 200 says to do something otherwise. So GAAP is a common set of accounting principles, standards, and procedures adopted by the SEC and FASB, a combination of authoritative standards and the commonly accepted ways of recording and reporting accounting information, and it aims to improve the clarity, consistency, and comparability of the communication of financial information. Basically, if there were accountants in the room, they would know exactly what all of this is. But at the end of the day, this is why accounting records and systems are set up the way they are. It's, when you talk to the accountants, they're always very by the book, right? They know the difference between, cash versus accrual accounting and all that stuff. So it comes from this. Okay. Must subrecipients update their policies and procedures to comply with the DR award? Yes or no? Yeah. I mean, the answer is probably yes. It depends. If your policies and procedures are all up to date already, then you don't need to update them again. But in most cases, you do need to update them. And these are one of the 4 special conditions, which is within X amount of days, you will review and update your policies and procedures, submit them to ADECA for review. Financial management, procurement, PII, and monitoring, I think, are the 4 required to ensure that they're complying with the DR requirements, essentially. All right, internal controls and separation of duties. We already talked about this. Process is designed and implemented by subrecipients to provide reasonable assurances regarding the achievement of objectives. So basically effective and efficient operations, reliability of reporting for internal and external use, and compliance with applicable laws and regulations. We've seen this before. Internal controls require that duties are segregated, cross-check one another, and ensure that no one person can have control over a single financial transaction and thereby defraud the organization. So some of the requirements for internal controls. Subrecipients must evaluate and monitor compliance with statute, regulations, and the terms and conditions of all federal awards. So an example of achieving this requirement or satisfying this requirement would be to conduct recurring internal monitoring of the DR program or project to ensure all regulations, terms, and conditions of the award are being met and policies and procedures are being followed. So this is just, checking in from time to time, performing internal monitoring, internal audits, spot checks to make sure that everything is going as it's supposed to. You don't want to just kind of wait for ADECA or an internal or single auditor or HUD to show up. Take prompt action when instances of non-compliance are identified. So this is an example, if you do get a single audit there's an issue, you can work with finance and other responsible parties to actually remedy that instance of non-compliance. So kind of self-explanatory, but I mean, what's the alternative, right? You found the problem and did nothing about it. Take reasonable measures to safeguard PII. I think, we already went through all of these. So the example here was the hard copy are in a lock and key. And establish effective control and accountability over funds, property, and other assets. And adequately safeguard all assets and ensure they are used for solely authorized purposes. So, and this is, I don't think we did earlier, but your accounting systems, computers, everything, obviously should be password protected and should have user accounts with unique user roles and permissions, right? So if I am only allowed to perform certain functions, I shouldn't be allowed to log into the accounting system and do anything, right? I should only be allowed to perform the functions I'm allowed to do. Separation of duties are primarily meant to prevent fraud, waste, and abuse. No single person shall have the authority to authorize a transaction, execute a transaction, record a transaction, and have custody of any resulting assets. So again, a single person cannot review an invoice and then also authorize the payment. We already saw this, so we'll not look at this again. Unless you want to. All right, so what is the primary purpose of internal controls and separation of duties?
Prevent fraud and waste.
Yes, prevent fraud, waste, and abuse. Is there anything else? Yeah, there it is. That's it. Fraud, waste, and abuse, OIG should have really honed in on that, right? Okay, accounting systems. Subrecipients accounting systems, including records documenting compliance with federal statutory regulations and the terms and conditions of the agreement, must be sufficient to permit the preparation of reports and able the tracing of funds to a level of expenditures adequate to establish that such funds have been used according to the federal statutes, regulations, and the terms and conditions of the subrecipient agreement. I just want to say that although it seems like these are being like really, really redundant, I helped write all these. These terms and these sentences and these words are coming straight out of 2 CFR 200, I promise you. And so when we get into more detail here, it's because 2 CFR 200 is going into this level of detail. So just kind of keep that in mind. I know it seems like it's saying the same thing over and over again, and that's why I'm kind of reading through it quickly. But if you're ever, and what I kind of said earlier, don't be caught off guard if the requirement exists and you're like, no, it doesn't. You never told me that. It's like, yeah, it's not. I'm giving it to you in general broad strokes, but it is very specific. Okay. So you have to be able to prepare reports that are in very great detail, and you have to be able to see an expenditure, that has followed all of the requirements and it is very traceable in your accounting records, to the level of detail required by all of these requirements. Subrecipients must identify in its accounts all federal awards, not just the DR award, received and expended, and the federal programs under which they are received. So every account string, if you will, this comes straight out of 2 CFR 200, has to include the CFDA title and number. The CFDA title, I don't know if we included those in, I think it's in your subrecipient agreement, the CFDA title and number. The federal award identification number and year, so this would be like your subrecipient agreement number and the year it was awarded. The name of the federal agency, in this case HUD, and the name of the pass-through entity, in this case ADECA. So this is what 2 CFR 200 is saying your accounting system must show. And if you kind of walk through it, if 2 CFR 200 is requiring this level of detail, this justifies or explains why we said you must have separate accounts for all your federal awards, right? And this is how you don't commingle funds. So all these kind of, topics, become, I guess, more clear when you start diving into the actual very detailed requirements. Accounting systems and records must reflect accurate, current, and complete disclosure of the financial results of the DR award in accordance with policies and procedures, the subrecipient agreement, and SF 425. Have you guys filled those out in your entitlement programs probably? Yeah, okay. Again, at any moment in time, you should, not that ADECA is going to just say, hey, guess what, random call, we're asking for your accounting records, but you should be able to, at any moment in time, print a report that shows these things. Again, it's your budgets, your expenditures, your obligations, your unobligated balance, all of that. And I mean, if you've ever seen the journal ledger, all of those transactions are in there. And actually can get kind of messy because you're doing journal entries and oops, that should have been over there. Nonetheless, it's all there. So here it's talking about federal awards, obligations, authorizations, unobligated balances, assets, expenditures, income, interest. All of this needs to be properly accounted for. Accounting systems must enable the comparison of expenditures with budgeted amounts. So again, you need to see the subrecipient agreement, including the budget line items, the detailed budget, that Excel spreadsheet that came outside, your annual budgets, and then your account-specific budgets. So this is when you're getting into actual contracts, for example, or how much you're awarding to individual beneficiaries. All of that. You may not have a budget for for each beneficiary, but you should have a budget for it. We're going to have $1 million available for economic development loans, for example. All of that needs to be accounted for. So why is it important to establish a separate account code for the DR award? It's in part to clearly permit the preparation of financial statements required by HUD, ADECA, and auditors, and to enable the tracing of funds to a level adequate to establish DR funds have been used in compliance with federal, state, and local requirements. So at the end of the day, 2 CFR 200 is almost like helping you pass the test, if you will. If you do it, if you follow all these rules, you won't have any trouble, I guess. But at the end of the day, it's when somebody comes to look, a third party comes to look, everything was accounted for properly.
Tyler, has HUD identified an account code to use, like a specific fund? I know with the ARPA revenue replacement treasury identified Fund 298 and 299 to house all of those expenses. Has HUD done that?
I'm not aware of HUD, identifying, it's whatever your local, accounting system would, how you would code your accounts, just period.
Yeah.
So I don't know I don't know the answers to the question. I mean, if you want, we can get back to you, but I've never seen HUD say it should be 288 or 299 or anything like that. Okay, records. So again, this is supporting documentation. Every financial transaction needs to be supported by source documentation, contracts, purchase orders, invoices, receipts, timesheets, payroll. If you're acquiring property, real property deeds, or if you're issuing economic development loans or home buyer assistant loans or whatever it may be, actual grant or loan agreements with those beneficiaries. So a lot of the costs that we've been talking about so far have been related to activity delivery costs or indirect costs or contracts. But if you're actually making a direct award to an impacted household, whether it's, again, a loan or a grant, then you also need to provide copies of those agreements to support your financial transactions, the actual disbursement of those funds. Accounting records documentation must show that costs charged against the DR funds were incurred during the effective period of the SRA, verifiably paid out or accrued, expended on eligible costs and within approved budgets, and approved by the appropriate subrecipient officials. So again, this is just a reminder. This is like the level of detail that you'll want to ensure. You want to make sure that your documentation is supporting these requirements, right? And demonstrating that they met these requirements. Access to records. HUD, OIG, the Comptroller General of the United States, and ADECA, or any of their authorized representatives, must have the right of access to any documents, papers, or other records of subrecipients which are pertinent to the DR award in order to conduct monitoring and audit. So this is a requirement which basically says, and this is in the subrecipient agreement, this comes out of, I think, 24 CFR 570. It basically says these federal agencies and ADECA as the grantee may at any time ask, with reasonable notice, but ask for access to this stuff. And you cannot say no. That's what it's saying. You have to, if you're going to spend federal funds, you have to provide the federal government and its representative or grantee the opportunity to look and see how the funds were spent. When I was working at HUD once, I won't name the grantee, but the grantee did not want to provide some accounting records for expenses because they had not been actually charged to the award yet. And our director at the time was like, you have 30 minutes to either furnish those records or we're all packing up and leaving because you are going to have all of your funds recaptured. And he cited the regulation, and we had those records within 10 minutes. And I mean, not that we would treat you that way, but the point is, in this instance, these records must be made available because the presumption is if you're not willing to show what's going on, what are you hiding? That's the idea. I've never been more scared. I was scared for them. I'm like, I hope they come back because. This right also includes timely and reasonable access to subrecipient personnel for the purpose of interview. And again, this comes straight out of the regulations. So what it's saying is, I don't think any of you would ever do this, but you don't want to be combative during, monitoring. Like, why do you need to speak to my accounting manager? You don't want to say stuff like that. It's not like, it's just, well, why not? Type of thing. So, again, it's written down as a requirement just in case anybody tries to say no. Okay, this one's tricky, and we're going to talk about record retention tomorrow. Subrecipients must maintain files for 5 years after grant closeout with HUD, and not the ADECA SRA. So remember, your subrecipient agreement is, like, for example, let's say 3 years, right? And so that means, what are we in? October 23. So in October 2026, 3 years will have lapsed. And then you might say, okay, 5 years after that is closed, I'm supposed to retain my records for 5 years after that. So 23 to 26 puts us into 31, right? So you would say, okay, 5 years, so I have to keep these records until, at minimum, October 2031. Well, that's actually not the answer. It's not when your agreement closes out, it's when ADECA closes out its agreement with HUD. And ADECA has a 6-year expenditure deadline, and let's say it doesn't get extended, so you have to lop on 2 more years to that, essentially. So what this means is, don't get rid of any of your records for a very long time, ever. When you do close out your subrecipient agreement with ADECA, it'll define this, further. But, I don't know if don't, just keep them. And what we're talking about here is the documents that you are going to, as a subrecipient, retain. So there are, documents that you're transmitting to ADECA, mainly related to expenditures, but things that you keep on site, applicant files, for example, you want to hang on to those in case HUD or the OIG, for whatever reason, wants to come take a look. I don't know. I mean, I shouldn't say it doesn't happen, but it doesn't often happen. But you don't want to be caught without those documents. There are exceptions that extend the record retention period, and I think we'll go over those tomorrow. Okay. All accounting entries must be appropriately approved and supported by source documentation. Is this true or false? I was like, can it be false? True. During monitoring events, ADECA will ask subrecipients to provide accounting records for all applicable DR expenditures, and will ask for supporting documentation for a random sample of expenditures reported in the accounting records. So remember, I think I gave an example earlier where I said, hey, I want to see your accounting records, and they're like, well, which expense do you want? And I said, I want all of them. And that's the whole point of a random sample is, just give me the one that's really well documented, like that's not what we're looking for. Okay, the final thing I believe is single audits. So we talked about this moments ago. Subrecipients that expend $70.50 or more during a fiscal year in all federal awards must perform a single audit. You will need to procure your own single auditor. And it's an eligible CDBG-DR expense. You just need to, because if the DR award is your only federal award that's triggering the single audit, then you can charge 100% of it to the DR award. Otherwise, you need to do the pro rata share based off of all the federal awards that are triggering the single audit. And the way I would do that, just FYI, is let's say that you spend exactly $750,000 and you've got 3 awards, the DR award, CDBG, and home, and they all spent in that year $250, then you could split it, 3 ways, right? So you can do it any number of ways as long as it's determined to be necessary. Well, not necessarily reasonable, but there's a reasonable method for distributing the proration of costs. Subrecipients must provide ADECA the results of each single audit upon request. Like we said, it's typically just during monitoring. This is what it'll look at: financial statements and records, internal controls, and compliance with the requirements. It must be, and this comes out of 2 CFR 200, be conducted in accordance with generally accepted government auditing standards. It needs to cover all departments, agencies, and other organizational units that expend or otherwise administer federal awards. So it's, again, not just looking at the DR award. Encompasses the financial statements and schedule of expenditures of federal awards for each such department, agency, or other organizational unit. So again, it's just auditing everything. This is kind of going through what a single audit will look like. The auditor must determine whether the financial statements of the DR awardee are presented fairly in all material respects in accordance with generally accepted accounting principles. So, for example, are there discrepancies or anomalies that warrant explanation or justification? So they're going to begin to just look as a third-party reviewer and determine, are you in accordance with GAAP or not? So like I said, I'm not an accountant, but these are the types of things that your accounting staff should be familiar with. The auditor must also determine whether the schedule of expenditures of federal awards is stated fairly in all material respects in relation to the subrecipient's financial statements as a whole. And so the example here is, do the financial statements provided for the DR award conform with the financial statements of the entire agency? So, again, just kind of comparing how DR funds are expended and accounted for in the overall bigger picture, and whether or not they're treated fairly and consistently. But also, are they being they use these terms stated fairly in all material respects. It'll look at internal controls. The auditor must request and obtain policies, procedures, and other information to gain an understanding of internal controls over federal programs to assess the level of risk. So what they're going to do is they're going to look to see if your internal controls are adequate. And did you, in the example here, were financial transactions performed in accordance with established internal controls and separation of duties? So not only did you follow your own policies and procedures, but are they in and of themselves adequate policies and procedures? And then compliance. The auditor must determine whether the subrecipient has complied with federal statutes, regulations, and the terms and conditions of the SRA that may have a direct or material effect on the DR award. So in this case, and they do this, and I was surprised they do this because I thought it was just about money, but they will perform a random sample of transactions and see if they comply with the applicable Federal Register notice, the SRA, and other federal, state, and local requirements. So what they may do, for example, is you'll see, they'll look at your general ledger and see, $50,000 went to household A. And you think that they just want to see like the award agreement or whatever. But they'll be like, show me the documentation that this household was low and moderate income, because that is eligibility criteria in order for you to spend that money. Or show us the DOB analysis to determine how you size that award. So the scope of a single audit is much broader than either you may think, I thought. Eventually they'll draft a report or issue a report, and it'll provide a summary of the findings, if any, and the corrective actions, not only for the current single year, but also any prior audit findings, and whether or not those were resolved or remain unresolved. And they do this by award. So it'll, they won't just say, County A has this particular problem. They'll say, for the CDBG-DR award specifically, this problem exists. But this problem was not found in ESG or home or HOPWA or whatever. It happened here specifically. You'll have to go back and forth with the auditor, so you'll have to submit written responses to the corrective actions. and how you're going to resolve those findings. And then also, if you have open audit findings, how you're, continuing to, or if you have resolved those since the last audit period. I think this is one of the last slides. If a subrecipient expends less than $750,000 during its fiscal year in CDBG-DR funds, then a single audit is not required. It depends. Yeah, so the test is not just DR funds, right? So a single audit is triggered when a subrecipient expends $70,000 or more during the fiscal year in all federal awards, not just the DR award. All right. Are you guys ready for the written exam? Just kidding. I don't know if I could pass it. Do you guys have any questions? Okay, so it's 3:15. We're trying to get out of here at 4, right? It shouldn't take more than 45 minutes to get through DOB. Do you guys need another break, or? All right. I am going to retire for the day. Did you want me to? You should be able to just switch to it and start the.
Let's see.
There it is.
Great. Home stretch. Okay, so like Trent mentioned, the papers for this will be handed out tomorrow. Sorry about that, but we just wanted to pivot and get this in and get y'all home a little bit sooner tomorrow. But that's going to be okay, because this really is, as far as principles go, pretty straightforward as a principle. But we do want to just show you kind of like the backing of the logic and things like that. Really and truly, the examples are, I like to think that we do a DOB in our normal everyday life, right? My son asked me if I could buy him a new Switch game for his Nintendo Switch for $50. He's been doing good at school, and yeah, we'll get you a new game. Then I remembered, oh, you got a GameStop gift card for $25 from Grandpa. So no, you're spending that too. I'm only giving you 25, not all 50, right? That's all a DOB is, right? So. Yep. All right. So we'll just there we go. So we'll just talk about the general requirements of DOB. Again, just go define DOB a little bit further. Most importantly, we'll talk about what is not a DOB, because that's going to be the most important part about this whole exercise, is what we can take out of the DOB calculation. And then we'll go through a few examples of calculating a DOB for CDBG-DR awards, and talk about what we have to do after a DOB is calculated, because there's some ongoing requirements even after you've done your calculation. Talk through that. There's that definition that I will not go over again, that technical definition, but. So these are the things, the documents and the regs that spell out and that places the DOB requirements on us. The first one, the big one, being the Section 312 of the Stafford Act, the Robert T. Stafford Disaster Relief and Emergency Assistance Act. That's what people call the Stafford Act. Then the second bullet is going to be your Federal Register notices.